And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like,
who wants to go first?
Yeah, who wants to go first?
Well,
Come on in. It's open mic night with your host.
you could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6.
The Renegade, JJ Williams.
The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, which one's the better smelling turd?
And his panel of co-hosts.
I am founder. Well, call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ.
The West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
Karma is karma is karma.
That's professional wrestling! Damn it!
The Simple Man, Noah Foster.
It's showtime! Yeah! How you doing, JJ? How you doing, Jeff?
James.
Yeah.
And the He-Man, James Hebert.
Imagine Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Paul White, the Baldies. There you go. It sells
Oh,
itself.
God.
Get in there.
Short his ass and shit the bed.
He's not Amber Heard.
Give it time, JJ. Give it time.
Now, I'm sure Jeff has some stuff that
Dumb move. Just don't pull this bullshit again. You get one.
Tony needs to stop caring about the ratings.
Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that third hour.
Ring of Honor does not have to be AEW Live. They don't necessarily have to coexist with each other. We kind of saw that tonight to a degree.
Along with a panel of guests.
He is no longer glorious. Don't you bring that up. You want me to rant about what my NXT used to... No, we are done here for the night. I swear, James.
Because you never know who may show up for open mic night.
I leave our company in the capable hands of an extraordinary group of superstars, employees, and executives.
The first thing that came to my mind was, it's about damn time.
Amen.
I literally touched everybody in the state's trash. So it's horrible, you guys.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine. And
That's great.
When Elliot Taylor came out and did Born for Greatness live, I was popping my pussy, having a great time. I didn't care. I was having so much fun.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
Football thing. We ended on wrestling, and then you bring in that shit. That just how the fan goes off the damn rails. Brilliant, bloody brilliant.
We're here.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome once again to the Saturday Night Shenanigans that are Open Mic Night. I, of course, am your host and moderator, the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams. Happy Saturday. Good to see everybody here today. Good to see those of you that are already tuning in and joining us. Gabrielle is here. What is going on? I'm going to go ahead and we're going to begin to bring everybody into the studio. First person we got to bring in isn't the person that Gabrielle mentioned in her comment. No, it's the man coming back after a number of weeks of being absent. The Heat Man, James Hebert, is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. He remembered how to find the studio here. It's good to see you, bro.
I actually came in. It's gonna be fun. I have my mic muted, but that's okay. Still couldn't have one thing where going botch. It's okay. But yeah, I'm here, and believe it or not, folks, I actually am looking forward to talking about everything, with the exception of one thing. But I'm still looking forward to talking about it because it is an interesting thing to talk about still. So I'm actually looking forward to today's topics for the first time in a long time. So I said, screw it, I'm here.
Well, and we're looking forward to having you here, man. It's always a good time when you're able to come back to the fam and join us for some wrestling discussion.
Yes, of course.
Speaking of wrestling discussion, going to go ahead and bring him in now. The birthday boy, the man who I feel like I'm becoming more and more like with each passing week, because now I don't just review the WWE shows. Now I don't just review the AEW shows, but now, at least for a limited time, I'm reviewing Impact, Explosion, and I even caught myself reviewing NWA Power this week. So it's definitely all the wrestling, all the wrestling, all the wrestling, all the professional wrestling. Damn it. And sports entertainment too. Happy birthday, bro.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Chad. Hello, everybody. Good to see y'all once again. It's been a wonderful Saturday. Looking forward to tonight's discussion as always. And it's good to see y'all. So here's to year 32 beginning for me. I can't wait to see what sort of moments in our professional wrestling it brings.
I don't even remember what it was like at 32. That was 16 years ago almost for me.
I literally was.
I turned 48 in August, so that was almost 16 years ago for me.
I got the opposite problem. I was talking about that. I was hanging out with my friends Johnny and Colleen and a couple others. I was like looking at them, and they were reminding me of how old I'd become. Like how old we're all becoming, right? And I'm like, oh shit, I'm like 18 months away from being 30. No, my youth is slowly fading away.
I just say it's just a number. You're as old as you feel. You're as young as you wish to believe. So at the end of the day, just be you. Do the best you can with your own body, your own mentality, your own well-being, physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and just your life and enjoy wrestling.
And this is why he's the simple man, because
Exactly.
he's got wise words.
Wise beyond his years.
Yes.
You're not the first to say that, but again, you practice what you preach. I have a good moral system and discipline system that brought me to the dance to where I am.
There you go. Amen.
Well, let's go ahead and bring in the last panelist that is ready. We do have one other panelist that is here, but they are currently on the phone. So once I get the word that they are off the phone and ready, we'll bring them in as well. But we're going to bring in a man who recently proposed a team-up show with Noah that they're tentatively going to call Simply Reliable. Go ahead and bring in Mr. Reliable.
That's how you do it.
Thank you. Happy birthday to you. Noah, you're a great dude. I can't think of anything else that rhymes, but happy birthday. I was thinking of the Rock's promo with Steph, and then I'm like, what can I do with Noah?
Yeah,
It's all good. It's all good. Thank you again.
And well,
Yeah.
now that we've got Mr. Reliable in the studio, it does appear that our other panelist is ready, teleporting into the command center via the morphin grid. Datilla is in the house.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Noah. Que almost busted.
Muchas gracias. Thank you.
We should put on las mañanitas, don't you think, Walter?
Yeah.
She who is still disappointed that I, as of yet, don't believe in Joe Hendry.
Blasphemy!
But I have found his segments humorous, and that's a step.
That's a start. That's a start.
That's progress, which is something we'll talk about here later on tonight.
Yeah, because before he didn't even think Joe Henry was funny. Now at least he thinks Joe Henry's funny. See, if I can find something that I like in NXT, JJ could find Joe Henry funny.
I'm gonna tell you right now, and I say this: you really want JJ to become a fan of Joe Hendry, y'all gotta show him his freaking ICW work. That's all I'm saying, because that shit was hilarious.
That's what I first learned about him.
He was writing the best tunes back then, man. Oh my god.
Matthew knows what's up. Chase, you?
Speaking of Chase, were you guys successful in getting the calendar?
Oh, good God.
Hell no. It sold out every time I clicked it.
Yeah, that thing has sold out twice. He is pushing for a third restock.
Wait, there's a Chase U calendar now?
Yeah, James has been out of the loop, so I'll quickly fill him in. They've been doing this angle on NXT where Chase U had to file for bankruptcy due to some dealings that Andre Chase made. So JC came up with the idea to do a Ladies of Chase U calendar to save the university, and it sold out at Vengeance Day. Then they re-upped it on the website, and it sold out within an hour of it being back on the website. Like, people are eating this Ladies of Chase U calendar up.
Well, let's see.
And aside from it having Thea Hale and JC Jane, it's also got newcomer Ren Sinclair, who's been running with Fallon Henley as of late. It's got newcomer Adriana Rizzo, who's part of the D'Angelo family. And then it's got a few other random girls that have been just kind of like working out in the PC and haven't really made official debuts yet.
Dude, how many people are part of this damn university that's not even real? That don't even have a freaking school. They're bankrupt and they haven't even had a school. And you're telling me
their university has been saved.
Their university may have been saved, but where the hell is their school? Is it just NXT? Is NXT their school?
I'm on a scholarship.
Last time I checked, they ain't in Full Sail anymore. And meanwhile, you got Tyler Bate in there. He was a counselor for like a cup of coffee. You got these people that are Italian a part of this. What the hell? What's going on?
The D'Angelo family aren't a part of it, but because of a business dealing between the family and Chase U, Adriana Rizzo is part of the calendar.
James, James, like I told you, it's still not my NXT, but it's far better than it used to be. This is the one thing that I will never believe in as far as I can see, but it's still part of freaking NXT.
Blasphemy.
No, can I?
You will believe in Chase U just
never.
As you feel I will eventually believe in Joe Hendry.
Joe Hendry's far more qualified, far more talented, capable, far more profitable than Chase University ever will be.
I mean, to be fair, he is multi-talented, so Noah's not entirely wrong. But can I ask you a question, Noah?
Yeah, go for it.
Is Andre Chase in debt because he did some dealings with the D'Angelo family, and that's why this is what's
You're asking
happening?
a guy that doesn't watch NXT weekly. They only give a shit about the PLEs and the women's division because the women's
I couldn't answer that either.
Quality.
Right. JJ, is that why?
They might owe him a favor now.
What's the question?
Well, I was gonna say, is that the reason?
Is what the reason? I missed your question. I'm sorry.
My question being is the dealings that Andre Chase did with the D'Angelo family, aka the Mafia.
More or less, yeah.
Yeah. All right, yeah, that all makes sense. It all makes sense. Oh my god.
All right.
These are hilarious.
Just get Nunzio and Tony Mamaluke back. Why not? Just make the whole thing go kablooey.
Hey, I heard Big Vito's still out there hustling on the indies. Bring him in too.
Well, it's better than him hustling in a dress. There was that period.
We don't talk about that. I'm saying we don't talk about that.
We don't talk about Vito.
Non-copyright. Non-copyright.
It's parody. It works.
It does. He's right. He's right. Anyway, sorry. Continue.
All right. Today's episode is going to be a little bit different. We've got more topics to discuss than normal, but I also feel that a few of the topics are going to be shorter than normal. And unlike most shows where I usually do the entirety of the hosting, there's actually going to be a couple topics where the birthday boy is going to take the lead on, because if anybody, he's the most knowledgeable about these topics. Those being the Progress Defy topic and the Stardom topic. I have little to no knowledge about any of these organizations, so just seems better fitting for him to lead those. But we're going to kick things off with a little AEW conversation, and both things, of course, coming out of Dynamite this past week, and that is Steen and Darby Allin winning the AEW Tag Team Championships. The 64-year-old icon accomplishing what will more than likely end up being his last championship run in a major wrestling company. Yeah. The shenanigans that occurred after, with a couple of guys who I am not going to address by name. If the chat room wants me to go off and rant about them, they can super chat for that. It's going to take a minimum of a $10 super chat for me to go off on those guys who feel they're elite.
Yep.
And then there was TK's major announcement that had been leaked by the venue earlier in the day. So, you know, much like the dirt sheets can't keep their mouth shut, apparently the venues hosting shows can't keep their mouth shut for press releases.
Gotta make money.
The TD Gardens in Boston, Massachusetts, March 13th. Big Business, a Dynamite special from Boss, B-O $, ton, Massachusetts.
I wonder who from Boston might be showing up at this event.
Right? The recurring joke, James, is she can show up and that's all great. Within 6 months, she'll be in catering.
Well,
just like the majority of the ex-WWE signings they get, you know.
Hey, to be fair though, Mercedes Moné ain't a bad one to get right now, because she's still got a lot of years left on her when it comes to the wrestling. I will say, as much as I think this is going to be Mercedes' event, can't rule Okada coming in. That also could be an event for him. It practically writes itself, you know, Rainmaker, money, boss time, and it all makes sense, you know.
All the money. And
all the money, all the boss time.
Not to mention Kazuchika Okada is about to have his second to last match here at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time in Osaka in the New Beginning, when he takes on Hiroshi Tanahashi for the final time. And we learn about his final match in Sapporo that takes place February 23rd. Still think it should be Zack Sabre Jr., but that might come down to what happens with Zack Sabre Jr. versus Bryan Danielson, which also is happening at 3 a.m. Standard Time. So if we can get this show done before then, I would appreciate it.
They're getting a rematch.
We will do the best we can, brother.
Damn, 3 a.m. I'd be asleep.
What is sleep?
That's midnight for us.
Still.
Well,
but
anyway,
yeah.
Okada, I still think, is WWE bound, especially with the video packages they've been showing on NXT lately about men have 3 faces: the one that they show the public, the one they show their family, and the one that they keep for themselves, which is the true form. Because this is supposedly like a Japanese, like saying that's heavy in Japanese culture. So I'm definitely thinking that's going to be Okada. Okada wants a WrestleMania moment. It makes sense to me, but the focus here is Steen winning the championship, the attack that came afterwards, and what we think about big business in Boston, Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Birthday boy, we'll go ahead and we'll go to you to kick things off here.
Well, first off, the fact that I literally got to call Sting's final title accolade before it's showtime for the final time was definitely a moment I'll take forever, because last time he held tag gold again was with Kurt Angle in the Main Event Mafia back in TNA. And then the last time he actually held gold in general was the TNA World Championship back in 2011. To see this icon at the tail end of his career alongside what could be an icon for years to come in this day and age of the industry, because that's how much, obviously, Sting sees in Darby Allin. Otherwise, why would Darby Allin literally be the guy to influence Sting to come back here in the first place? Something very familiar. I think it's very awesome to see, and it's one of those things that I didn't expect to happen, nor did I think it needed to happen, but I'm kind of glad it did. Now, it's just a matter of the fact that Ricky Starks showed humility and vulnerability that led to that result, and I wonder how that's going to come in the storytelling between maybe a recurring encounter with him and Darby Allin particularly, and what does that mean for him and Big Bill being together as a tag team going forward is another conversation. But I thought it was a really cool moment, and I was glad to see that. As far as what's to come at Revolution, Lord help my blood pressure. Anyway, as far as big business in Boston, it's the worst kept secret since CM Punk. So let's just point it out here, all right? Mercedes Moné is money, and money means big business. Big business should mean something should pick up. And I do think they're trying with their women's division as of late, especially with the Diana Peralta on the Timeless Tony Storm program. That's been one of my favorite things to constantly see. Again, great matches tonight on Collision. I still say a new era is going to be Saturday Night Revolution, but I'll say that for the bit of thing. I just think right now they're really trying to push forward the women's division, but they're also trying to get that big money value for your marquee going forward. And Mercedes Moné, with former work not only in WWE, but Stardom and New Japan Pro Wrestling, and what we'll talk about later, I think it lends more towards how bigger this Forbidden Door could be with a women's focus. And I think she's the first domino to come into play towards that happening. So for me, I'm kind of not surprised, but it's like I talked to you on the watch along. The fact they're doing this after the Fallout week from Revolution tells me they're trying to tease something going into it versus going right into it. It's just a matter of who Mercedes Moné is going to be colliding with initially in her All Elite run. So I'm looking forward to it. And at the end of the day, if there's one thing I've come to learn, look, you don't necessarily use the past to dictate the future, especially because of this wrestling industry. Anything's possible. Never say never. Brighter things can happen at any time. The fact that this guy is acknowledging WWE in a positive light, since I don't know when, made me go, what the fuck am I drunk? I am not. And yo, folks, I may be 32, but I'm still 99.8% straight edge. No Bill Ambruso. Because I'm too cheap. But that being said, I'm optimistic towards the future of the AEW Women's Division, and I think big business will lead towards big business for it. As far as Kazuchika Okada, look, it's big business. There are $2 signs, and Mercedes Moné and Kazuchika Okada stood in the ring together at Bound the Valley last year as the IWGP World Heavyweight Champion, IWGP Women's Champion. To see those two stand together in the ring under one company, that's a business move. So it would not surprise me one bit to see both there. I'm still leaning towards Tama Tonga being the mystery guy in NXT. That's just my take on that. So I can't wait to see what happens March 13th. I really can. I'm excited to see it. And hopefully, again, it means that business picks up, particularly for the women's division AEW. Because if anybody needs to pick up in this industry, it is the representation and the booking of that. And I think they're trying to take it in strides. Hopefully, big business takes it for a farther ride.
Yeah. I'll go and add to what you're saying as well. I think you got a very good shot on Tama Tonga being the person in NXT as well. But in general, as far as the industry goes, you pointed out that anything right now, especially right now, can happen in the wrestling industry. I wouldn't rule anything out this year that comes up. Not even a thing. We have a more realistic possibility now than we ever did of WWE and AEW working together. I'm not saying right now because it's way too early to even begin that process right now.
Yeah.
But there's a very realistic opportunity where they want to work together and they're playing it up because at the end of the day, it's kind of a work shoot, but they work themselves into a shoot a little bit because at the end of the day, you still want to be number one. But I very much doubt, especially with The Rock involved with TKO Holdings, that they are going to want to work with AEW down the road. Because, again, The Rock has gone on and praised AEW on a multitude of occasions before he even came back to the WWE in any capacity. So don't rule anything out. I mean, if the checkers, or we're not playing checkers anymore with different wrestling companies. We're playing full on chess, and we got the kings and the queens drafting to all these other places. People didn't think CM Punk was going to go to the WWE ever again, and he did. People didn't think Okada was ever going to leave Japan, and he's going to.
I still believe that, particularly.
People didn't think Sting was going to retire. He's retiring. Stuff like this is happening, and I think it's happening for a reason for the long term. And I think we're going to see that play out industry-wide as the years roll around. And again, it seems very crazy right now. And it's a turbulent, wild time, and I wouldn't rule anything out right now. Positive or negative, really.
Definitely not ruling anything out. I do want to go back to what Noah said at the beginning of his speech, and it was a blast calling that match with you, brother.
Yeah.
I know you and James are going to be calling Revolution because the AEW pay-per-views are your things. I don't know if I'll be able to step in the chair for that match because we all know how James feels about the people who may be facing Steen and Darby in that match. And he very well may be turning his back on it.
No,
but at the same time, with it being Steen's final match, he may suck it up for that.
No, I literally said that's the only match I'm making the exception to the rule on. Other than that, fuck off. Without Luke.
Yeah, so being able to call that with you, knowing that I more than likely won't be on the call for the final match, was definitely an awesome moment for me too, brother.
Yeah, and Jeff and you, considering the history that you guys know, particularly about the man behind the face paint we know as Sting, added so much more to it as well. It was an absolute joy doing that with you and Jeff.
As far as Mercedes goes,
yeah,
I'm just so indifferent when it comes to her,
which is fair.
I hope that very much in the similar situation like people are with CM Punk. I hope that if she goes there, she can make the best of it. She can live her best life, and she cannot allow get away from the toxicity that brought her down in the other company. And she doesn't allow that same toxicity to get to her in this company.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I mean, Matthew makes a great point in the comments about somebody's going to have to get pushed back with Mercedes coming in. We're going into Revolution, Toni Storm versus Deonna Purrazzo. Where's the money? Is the money in Mercedes versus Toni Storm? Or is the money in Mercedes versus Deonna Purrazzo, the virtuosa? To quote Dattila so eloquently, long may she fucking reign.
Damn right!
Where's the
Damn
money?
right.
The money is in Mercedes and Deanna. So what happens to Tony, who's having the run of her fucking career?
Oh, it's like any other person in Hollywood that has a crash that's later found out by TMZ. They go to a mental facility and they get rehab and they come back as something else.
But she's already done that. That's what she did after she got beat
have
by
multiple
Saraya.
relapses. Amanda Hibbs had multiple. Herb, whatever. The hell
Yeah, no, Noah's got a point. Noah's actually got a point. I could see them going that direction and still keeping her relevant. You could also do it in a way where you book a triple threat match and she isn't the one who's pinned to lose the belt. And that's how she goes insane.
Well, I also look at it further than this, James. There's a reason why Timeless Tony Storm is on the marquee for AEW All In. There's a particular other Brit that she knows very well that never got her moment. Title or no title, you got a timeless encounter with Hater waiting up for Lucky at All In with Jamie Hayter. There's more than one way that Timeless Tony Storm can be utilized in AEW without the title. And I think that's why the Virtuoso was brought in and is basically being held like a final boss in presentation and entrance. She's the next one to lead this division going forward in a wrestling capacity. Timeless Tony Storm, she's the character now you're trying to usurp.
Amen.
You know, and then somebody else brought up, what if Britt Baker comes back the same time Mercedes debuts?
I like the idea of those promos now. I think I could get something out of there. But I also think about, again, what did Dr. Britt Baker, DMD,
Don't forget it.
Damn right. Hi, Big G. What name did the good doctor talk about that she would love to face one day in AEW? A long-time friend and ally in the industry. At one point, it was either James or you talking about a woman power trip, just go for all the gold and take everybody down. That would be one Virtuosa, Deanna Purrazzo. Deanna versus Britt. Deanna versus Mercedes. There's money in both those programs.
You forgot Deanna versus Serena Deeb. 30-minute Iron Woman match. Give me that.
That needs to be in the Owen, because you want to talk about technical excellence executed to the finest degree where you still don't have an answer to find on a female capacity. That's the professional wrestling match, damn it. I will call it no matter what.
I'm very much emoting just because of that match idea, so don't mind me.
No, you're fine. Now, JJ, wait a minute. Did you mention Mariah May, or was I just forgetting about that in my head all of a sudden? Because
I think you were thinking of that in your head because it was brought up here in the comments. I didn't mention her.
Well,
I only mentioned Deanna and Britt.
Gotcha. First off, for those that don't know, I always do work in the background. So actually, I'm just talking to y'all blindly. I'm not even seeing anything, so I'm not seeing the comments right now. So I'll be looking at the comments here momentarily. So thank you for that. But Mariah May, formerly involved in Stardom, which I know we'll talk about later, is another one that could have a program with Tony Storm based on the fact that Tony Storm right now might not be giving her the respect and recognition that Mariah May wants. You always are a fan, a proponent of long-term storytelling. There is underlying storytelling right now with Timeless Tony Storm's entourage. And I'm not talking about Lufa, the butler.
Agreed. I mean, Tony did cut that one promo saying, if you've seen one women's wrestling match, you've seen them all.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my God.
To which I was like, wow.
Damn.
Okay.
Look, man.
Like, I will acknowledge the fact that when I first got into wrestling, it was a completely different era for the women, and it was tits and ass and gravy bowl and evening gown and lingerie, bra and panty shit. But women's wrestling is a cornerstone of any promotion now.
Damn right.
And there is no way you can look at women's wrestling today and say that all women's wrestling matches are the same.
Yeah, who the fuck does Tony Storm think she is? Fabulous Moolah? That was literally a champion in the 1930s.
No, we don't. No, because unlike Fabulous Moolah, Tony Storm is actually fucking respectable. But anyway, if I may, The only thing I'm waiting when it comes to Tony Storm and this whole angle, I'm just waiting to see Ian Riccaboni turn into the JFK and they have an affair. I mean, I'm just saying, they already started teasing it. I'm waiting to see how that plays out. Because shit don't seem natural. What the hell's going on there? There's a lot of flirting going on.
You know,
I'm just saying, he's a married man. I don't know how to go past
I
that.
don't need Casablanca reincarnated in All Elite Wrestling, James. Stop it.
She's with Juice
But-
Robinson.
But you're also expecting Tony Khan to do something that's blatantly obvious. Walter pointed out, whatever it was, weeks, maybe even months ago, when it was TK's birthday. How did we not have timeless Tony Storm doing the "Happy Birthday, Mr. President" on TK's birthday?
Yeah,
and they didn't go there.
Oh Lord! If they did, though, imagine the freaking. I don't even.
The
want
pop
to
would have been huge.
That would be ridiculous.
The pop would have been huge because people would have gotten it.
Well, as long as you didn't pop out of the cake. All right.
Attila.
God.
I feel like the top row has spoken quite excessively about this. Let's go to Attila, and then we'll have Walter bring it home on this one.
Oh my God! I can't believe you said that, Noah.
He said, "Mr. President, I'm the one that's keeping it current."
You're the one that said popping out of a cake.
Yeah, stripper. That's cool.
Well, hey, she looks like someone out of cabaret at this point. Marilyn Monroe might know a thing or two about that. Go ahead, Attila.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
God.
As far as big business is concerned, I kind of wasn't a huge fan of the name Big Business. I was like, really? Like, okay, I get it. I personally wasn't a fan of the name Big Business. I was like, you could have come up with anything else, but I get it. I hope bringing in Mercedes Moné changes things for the women. I hope that we get more than one women match on Dynamite. I don't get why we can have more than one on Collision and apparently Ring of Honor, but we can't have one on Dynamite for whatever reason. I hope that, things get better. And I do worry that someone's going to get pushed to the side because of Mercedes, which would suck. But I'm going to try to be positive and, hopefully things get better for all the women and stuff like that. As far as Sting is concerned, I have to say it was pretty awesome seeing him win the tag titles one last time. I kind of saw it coming. What I didn't see coming was that beatdown at the end. I was like, oh my God, like, whether you like them or not, I have to say they did a really good job of getting heat on themselves for that. And especially it fits with their gimmick about how they're talking about how, Sting doesn't belong there. It's just going to get even more heat when they take the titles off of Sting and Darby Allin.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
that's my take, unfortunately. I'm still surprised they didn't go for Sting versus Darby Allin at Revolution. I thought that was going to be the match.
Yeah.
That's what everyone fought for a good period of time.
Yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
I can do. I'm looking at the comments now. I see everything. Got what I needed done.
Okay. So, but that's all I have to say.
All right. Before we let Walter speak, joining the panel, everybody's favorite statistician is in the house now. Stat Boy Mike is joining us fresh off of work.
And I couldn't be happier to be away from it right now.
Yeah, that's true.
Everything you might have seen on social media about the place I work, which I will not name for another 30 days due to possible social media laws, it happens.
Yeah. It does
This
happen.
guy knows.
Yep. Ding,
Brother
ding, ding, ding,
Foster.
ding. Winner, chicken dinner. We do have a super chat. Happy birthday, Noah. Believe in Joe Hendry, JJ.
Yeah! She's not wrong. Believe in Joe Henry.
You must believe.
Wait, we said his name. Noah, you know what happens when you say his name?
And he appears. There he is.
I believe in Joe Henry.
This guy's gimmick. Why is this gimmick so workable? It's so damn brilliant.
Thank you for the super chat, Arlene. I didn't mean to cut you off, Mikey. Go ahead.
Brother Noah, happy birthday, my brother. I love you greatly. Another year. You're the man, the myth, the legend, the icon. Call it what you will. I wish you all the best. And yeah, man, that one's for you, bro.
Appreciate it. Thank you, man.
All right, Walter, go ahead. You've been patient.
Yeah, in terms of I'll start with Tony Khan's big announcements, which are never actually big. He has the most underwhelming announcements and then he does it like this. So Wednesday, March 13th, big business in Boston, Massachusetts. Could you put some oomph in your damn announcements? Like, could you put some like, I want you to tune in? Like, this is your company, and you just Wednesday with the stupid smell. He's like a bot or AI. Like it's almost questionable whether he's an actual human being. Like the way he acts on the thing, and then the way he reacts on Twitter and all that or X. Like it's almost like a fake human being is in front of you. It's just insert curly hair wig here and put it on a bot, and here you go. Like, could you put some oomph so I can actually want to see this event or maybe go? Boston's only 3 hours from me. Maybe I would want to go, but could you entice me a little? Like, geez, dude. Like, has any of his big announcements actually been big announcements?
Nope. AEW All In, and that's probably the only one I could figure. A couple of tournaments for the first time, I was like, "Oh, this is interesting." Continental Classic, Mini G1. The connection with the Owen Hart Foundation, never expected that, considering Martha Hart's history and point of that. So there's been a couple, but like I said, those are better off. This type of thing is better off for Control Center, YouTube exclusive, or X social media plug. But I understand what your point is. But as far as we know, and Google hasn't proved it yet, he's not a bot.
Yeah, but get up to me. Hire someone to do these kind of announcements for you, and maybe announce a big time match every now and then, because you don't seem to ever want to do that. You wait to the last minute to start announcing cards and things like that. But
I'll play devil's advocate to that, because at the end of the day, there is one thing we all can agree on here since we watch and cover them. He doesn't miss when it comes to the big stuff, especially pay-per-views.
Oh no, he delivers with pay-per-views, but it's actually the wrestlers that deliver. So it's not really him. But
he's the booker, so
I was saying, you got to look at the fact that someone has to book it. It would just be truly chaotic if someone's like, "I'm in the ring, I'm ready to face this person, let's freaking go." It's like open fight night in the era that we don't talk about in TNA. It's like,
hey, to be fair, that was a decent concept by them then.
Jeremy Borash called out Eric Bischoff, and you're calling that a decent concept?
You can write a good ending in
comedy.
terms of booking, but if the actors suck during a movie and don't perform it well, then it's still gonna bring it down. Whether you wrote the script, a good script, but the performance is what does it. So his booking can be bookings, but the performers have to go out there and actually deliver that booking.
Well,
so
that's
I still
just
put it more.
That's just the history of the industry. It doesn't matter what company.
Yeah. I mean, no shit. I mean, it's the truth for any company, really. And Mania Night 1 last year was great because of the talent. I mean, yes, the stories were great leading into it, but it was the talent that really drove the point home. So,
Anyway, and then in terms of Sting, JJ, did you want me to keep going, or you want to acknowledge that other one?
That I'll go ahead and say, Arlene, we'll get to that super chat when we get to that portion of our conversation, because it is relevant to something we'll discuss later on.
Yes.
But thank you in advance for that super chat, Arlene. Go ahead.
All right, I didn't want to keep going, and then you had
No, you're good.
So, yeah. All right. So in terms of Stings, I'm so happy to see him. That crazy son of a bitch, 64 years old, diving on balconies and whatever. But to see him with the title, it's crazy that everywhere he's been except WWE, he's got a title. Like AEW even gave him a title, and WWE couldn't give him something. But that's neither here nor there. But
in all fairness, how long was he actually wrestling matches in WWE to be able to get a title?
Ding.
Quite true.
Like, I know he had the match with Triple H at WrestleMania. I know he had the match against Seth Rollins where he got injured. Did he have anything else other than those?
Nope.
I don't think so.
So, like, how would you realistically be able to get him a title?
That's true.
I'm just saying.
Work ethic.
No, I get it. But I'm glad to see him with that. Whether it's a short reign or he gets to retire with that title, I'm here for it, and I'm glad to see that man still doing what he loves at this age. So it's awesome to see. So kudos for that.
That is true.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, you figure every promotion he's been in, with the exception of WWE, where he only had 2 matches, he's held a title.
Yep.
NWA, WCW, TNA, and now AEW.
UWF is where he actually originally started, and now AEW. We talked about some of his title accolades outside even TNA during our call. It's incredible.
Yeah.
It really is. And
to your point about PK and his announcement, even everybody in this house that was sitting here while it was on with me said that he looked like he was reading cue cards.
Yeah,
like, bro,
exactly.
You're the president of the company making a huge announcement on a global stage. You don't know what you want to say to hype people up without having to read a cue card or a teleprompter?
Exactly.
Come on,
look
bro.
Look like you're happy about it.
Come on, man.
I think that would help sell these announcements more.
I could sell these announcements. Hell, I sell all the other damn announcements.
Deer in the headlight.
Golly,
that's what it is. It makes him look like a bot.
Develop a segue. Actually put some oomph. Build the suspension of disbelief. Hell, when freaking Jeff broke down on the stand deliver announcement and threw JJ under the bus, I was all over that shit.
Let Shivani make your announcements. Then, if you're going to do this, let Tony Schiavone do your announcements because he's got more experience to do it. Just default to him doing it. You stay backstage, book whatever you're going to book.
Or do Renee. Give Renee
front of the cameras.
Even more. Hell, Renee's already shown more personality than most backstage correspondents that have more robotic than you.
Or I don't know, maybe use the icon Jim Ross.
There you go.
Well, he's dealing with health issues right now, and
that's fair.
Issue. And at this point, I just hope good old JR gets to call Sting's last match. And if that is his last match, because, again, I don't know what the future holds for good old JR Jim Ross, but if there's one last thing he needs to do before he puts away the headset once for all, he should call Sting's last match.
You know what's bad? I think Bryce Remsburg, or no, not Bryce Remsburg. Bryce Remsburg. Who's the other one? Rick Knox. You know what's bad when Rick Knox, the animated freaking corpse referee, can have better delivery, I'm sure, on an announcement than freaking Jim Ross can, and I that's saying a lot, by the way.
Yeah, but that's all I had to say about it.
Oh, okay.
Well,
we got somebody that's popped into the link. This is interesting. El Hijo de Douchebag.
Hold on.
Hello.
What the hell?
What's going on, bud?
I can't do this anymore.
Fucking
Maddie lost.
I knew the background.
Oh my god!
It's the kitchen. What's up, everybody?
Yeah,
It's been a great Saturday. Just wrestling, video games, and pizza. I can't argue with that,
bro.
Yeah, I'm making chicken tortillas, so I feel that.
Bro, you should have came in and been like, "It's Modelo time."
You have a fucking point. That would have been hilarious.
That would have been great, dude. Go fucking answers with it.
Okay, before we make JJ need to grab a glass of tequila, let the host regain control of his show.
Yeah. Very quickly, Dean, winner, chicken dinner. We did get another $2 super chat from Keen Mike.
Hey.
Happy birthday wishes to you, Noah.
Thank you.
Maddie.
So we're not getting cake, Noah?
We can hear everything, bro.
I have cheesecake, and I haven't even indulged in that yet today because of how long the day span what I've been up to. So I'll probably indulge in that during our first break.
That's fair. You're good for now, Maddie.
Hey, Manuel.
This isn't a super chat, but I've got to bring it up. Emmanuel says, "Damn El Hijo de douchebag. You know El Renegado de la Lucha Libre."
Oh, you gotta unmute. You gotta unmute, buddy.
Oh, Jesus.
See.
Okay. We need El Renegado de la Lucha versus El Hijo del Douchebag in a debate. Sooner rather.
And you need me and Watcher to do the Spanish commentary, right, Watcher?
No, you need to affiliate over it because you're the only one that understands them.
Hey, Vato, who is the best wrestling midget, Holmes? Who is
Ole.
the best little person?
I'm no wrestling midget.
Well, for whatever it's worth, I will say that we jumped from 23 viewers to 31 when Maddie popped on as El Hijo del Douchebag.
Dude,
I'm a draw. What can I say?
You are a draw. No one can deny that.
Oh, Lord.
The alter ego.
Where Josh isn't here right now.
Dude, the alter ego of Matty Laws, where he comes in an orange ski mask, tries to cook. He's like freaking from the dude from Breaking Bad. We have to cook.
Oh,
Orale, we have to cook, Holmes.
Okay, that's a wrong type
Are you
of
going to
product.
debut this gimmick on Raw Ball, or have you already done that?
No, I actually just debuted this for something that's coming out in a couple of days.
A little teaser. There you go.
All right.
Y'all want me to keep this on for the rest of the show?
Bro, it
That
was
is
hilarious.
totally
Guys,
up
keep
to
it on.
you, bro.
Bro, I'm on Jeff's account, so the first day, JJ and I both see your fucking mug come up.
We have lost all control, and we have only gone through one topic.
Okay.
You're
Let's
welcome.
try to reel it back in.
Yes, let's get back to reality here.
To Mikey
Ooh,
and
there goes gravity.
the douchebag who have recently joined us. We are currently talking about Steen winning his final championship in AEW, the attack that occurred post-match by those guys who feel they're elite, and the announcement of big business in Boston, Massachusetts on March 13th.
That's not how you spell Boston.
Now we know.
Do either of you have anything that you would like to say about these topics? Mikey, I know you don't follow AEW, but I thought you might have something to say regarding Steen, and then we can go to El Hijo del Douchebag to bring us home.
Thank goodness douchebag doesn't get you demonetized.
Until he changes the name plate, I'm still gonna call him that.
Oh my God.
Oh, I could change my nameplate to Spanish as well. I just translated it
Mikey,
thanks
don't
to Google.
start.
Too late. No, but anyway, with Sting, we talked about it. We talked about it last week that it'd be okay that he gets one last run with a belt before he gets to go. I just hope that he does not lose it on his last match. That might be like a slap in the face to Sting. As far as the other AEW news, I mean, every time I hear Tony Khan has a big announcement, I roll, really don't care. So that's basically all I got on that. Big ups to Sting, icon legend. You can't say anything bad about the guy. So, and in Boston, that's just screaming that Mercedes, aka Sasha, is coming into town or something like that.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you're up, Orange Mask.
Can you
Your
see
boy
that
Orange
thing?
Mask. Yeah, see, there we go. That's
That's more sensible.
Okay.
I can see that. I can see out of this. It looks a little weird, but no. I feel like we're going to see a lot of people turn on Sasha when she does debut at Big Business. Mm-hmm. As for Sting winning a title in the year of our Lord 2024, why?
I agree. But it's
why?
Fun.
Like
fun.
It's fun. Darby has a tag title reign under his belt now. But this is only a prop for the Young Bucks to get another tag title run.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to the reluctancy in that obvious situation that he's pointing out, folks. Just saying.
I agree.
They don't need to beat Sting to get over as, son of the douchebag, but like the Bucks don't need to beat Sting and Darby to get over as bad guys. We already don't like them.
Oh, God.
As for, again, Mercedes coming to, hey, don't say that because that was me and my brother's tag team trivia name. And when it comes to Mercedes coming to AEW, we're going to see a lot of people flip sides of the fence in terms of her fandom, which blows my mind.
That's
Flip
fair.
sides of the fandom in a good way or in a negative way?
In a negative way. You're going to have a lot of WWE Sasha fans that will absolutely just tune out for her going over to AEW. And it kind of would have been vice versa for the AEW tribalists if she would have went back at the Rumble.
The key word is the T word. That is not a word that should be actually in the Oxford Dictionary and probably isn't, but a made-up concept to give you all a perspective in this virtual reality you live in called the internet wrestling community that shows your foolishness when it comes to the aspect of somebody not connected to just one damn company in this industry.
Thank you so much, Simple Man.
Yes, exactly. I like this Matty Laws, by the way, that I say that he says some funny things.
Matty is a trip, dude. And for those of you that don't know, you can catch Matty virtually every week on the Greg Cherry Show, as well as on his very own Raw Ball podcast.
We got Matty
as well as Stat Boy.
We got Matty and James here. This is a dangerous combination.
That is true. I was about to say, Matty, when you do raw balls, are your balls raw?
God damn it.
What? You know what? You know what?
There's a lady in the middle there.
That's it. I'm saying it.
Oh, come on, dude.
Officially earned it. That's it, you freaking motherfucker on my birthday.
All
Damn
right,
it, James. You freaking idiot.
True, but I will say, in the interest of fairness to the lady in the middle comment, she saw the How to Date or Don't with Open Mic Night segment and laughed all the way through. So I think she gets the humor of it a little bit.
Damn it, James! You hijo de douchebag.
On behalf of Pride being one of only two actual mature gentlemen here, I apologize.
I mean, I also
okay, Noah.
I also apologize. I'm a little autistic. I'm sorry.
I don't get paid to think.
JJ, commercial?
Noah, in the vein of what you just said.
What the fuck?
Okay, 2 people here and 3 people, as far as I know, in the multiverse of media.
Yes.
All right, before we go to commercial, Dean, winner, chicken dinner. We did get another $2 super chat from Josh Mansfield. Daddy's here. Love you, Daddy Matty.
What are you talking about? I'm El Hijo de... Oh, no, I'm your boy Orange Mask.
Yeah, it can
How
go
can
either
you
way.
call him daddy when his name is son? It's a hijo, that douchebag, not daddy of douchebag.
And then he sent in another $2.
If it was daddy, it would be papi.
Papi douchebag.
El Papi de douchebag.
Papi douchebag. What the fuck am I working with here?
No, I don't know. We're gonna
killed
go to a
James.
commercial so that James can try to get himself together. We will be back in a couple of minutes, folks.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
You ever wanted to come into a sports bar where the barkeeps know their game? Well, the Jeff Beecham Network, Multiverse of Media, has got a production just for you. Sit down and relax as the Stat Boy and his partner break down the statistics in all things sports. Whether it's football, basketball, motorsports, baseball, hockey, soccer, professional wrestling, mixed martial arts, boxing, and much, much more. All are welcome. Your barkeeps here keep you up to date and in the know of everything going on in sports, while also having a pleasant conversation about it all. Your host and owner of the bar, Stat Boy Mike. His partner in crime, Dory Lou. And a host of other guests coming in. The food's hot, the seats are warm, the drinks are ice cold, and the sports talk is plentiful. Casa EA Team Studios presents Stat Boy Sports Bar. Take a bar stool and enjoy the show.
Okay, we are back.
Okay.
He's
just a friendly reminder to everybody out there in the chat room, like the little graphic at the end of that said, super chats are how we make our money here. This is a job for some of us, so please, if you want to dictate the conversation, super chat, it's as simple as that. Yeah. I see a lot of people asking questions in the comments, and they're not going to get answered if there's not a super chat attached to them. Plain and simple.
There you go.
We're not begging for money, as some people have said in private chats. It's a business.
Yeah.
You watch just about any other wrestling Q&A show, they only answer the people on screen that super chat. Otherwise, we click on your comment, it pops up on the screen, and we keep it pushing.
There you go.
We're not going to stop the flow of the show unless you pay to stop the flow of the show.
That is true.
Good Lord
Which is
Almighty.
the only reason why we can't be mad at Josh Mansfield for derailing us as bad as he did. Because he at least paid for it.
It wasn't really his fault. It was my fault. It was my fault.
I did say we have probably the most dangerous combination open mic night history here tonight. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we've been on the screen before, but I think this is really the first time that I realized that Maddie Laws and I are on the same wavelength.
Well, I'll say this: you two are far more entertaining than Usher's halftime show probably will be.
Yeah.
Damn. This is one I will go ahead and address without a super chat. Where is Jeff? Jeff is currently out at the casino supporting his girls in Paradise Kitty as they open for Quiet Riot, the iconic hard rock band, this evening at the Yamava Casino at the Rock and Brews there. If he gets the opportunity, once their set is over, because he is working merch for them, he has said that he will try to pop in. But other than that, it's just the insanity that is going to occur with us on the panel. There's a reason why open mic night is referred to as the Saturday Night Shenanigans.
God bless you.
For reasons just like what happened before we went to commercial.
Yeah, and you hosted 51 weeks a year. God bless you.
That's right, because that 1 week for our anniversary, I turned things over to the simple man with the spectacular voice.
At least when I got to do it.
Engaños de sábado, Saturday Shenanigans.
Much like I'm going to do with this next topic. The Progress Defy merger. Noah, take it away on this one.
Okay, so as you all know, I am but a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Damn it!
Damn it!
And And I watch all the promotions that you can think of in and out of America and what I've come to know across the pond, particularly. Whether it's Over the Top Rope, Pro Wrestling Eve, IWC, or Progress. And a promotion known here and supported by Wrestling, by the way, folks. Whether I've seen GCW and Hammerstein Ballroom and Bloodsport, which is probably the number one thing I have looked at the most GCW related. Other independent promotions, including my own out here, like IWR and Chaos. Defining independent promotion here, Defy, well, those two promotions decided to come together to try and create international collaboration. As defined here, courtesy of Progress Wrestling's website. Thank you, by the way, as I always like to cite my sources. Defy Wrestling of Seattle and Progress Wrestling UK have decided to join forces in a major merger in the world of professional wrestling. They believe that this is going to lead with mutual benefits for both parties and add further expansion plans that will offer something very exciting. For those that don't know, Defy Wrestling is celebrating its 7th anniversary this weekend in Seattle, and it's been one of the most cutting-edge promotions, showcasing outstanding talent for global names you might know, including not limited to Jon Moxley, Swerve Strickland, Darby Allin, Nick Wayne, the list goes on and on. For Progress, and shout out to my buddy in the chat, also UK fan, the Cleaver, Colin Andrew. That's literally how me and him first engaged with each other in wrestling. Thank you, NXT UK, which stemmed off Progress's great successes, including not limited to Gunther, Pete Dunne, Tony Storm, and Will Ospreay. Both parties came together and talked about they have admired the work of each other and can see many great things come with them. They've worked before, numerous times before, on many collaborations in the past, including their successful double show in London last year, August, including matches announced like Kenta versus Mark Haskins. And they believe with more collaboration, now they are working together here, it will lead to even more expansion. They talked about how, for example, they had a strong content partnership before with WWE Progress. They've had developing relationships with Japanese promotions like Pro Wrestling NOAH, and with Defy joining them, they believe that this will combine much more excitement and engagement and possibilities for their fans all across the world. They definitely look forward to seeing this in Philadelphia at the Collective, where every wrestling show under the sun in one single week will, of course, be known and defined. They even are going to start showing Defy content on their Demand Progress Plus service ran through Progress Wrestling, including Defy's 7th anniversary show, Defy to Survive, Lucky number 7, that was actually on February 9th. Good show, by the way. And Progress Wrestling show is Chapter 163. For those that don't know, Progress does their shows in chapters. And it will be in London on the 25th, and both shows will be on Demand Progress Plus. So the way I see it is this. You have two promotions that have defined themselves in their respective countries that have led to many big names that you've come to know in now WWE and AEW. For me, this just is great. It's like I said, if collaboration happens more than just self-competition, WWE, you could literally bring more possibilities and opportunities to the wrestling industry. So I think with Defy and Progress officially becoming together in this merger, joining forces, I think it could only lead to more. I think particularly, though, this right here benefits probably more of AEW collaborating with them, because you've already seen talent from NJPW work with Defy Wrestling and AEW. You've seen talent now Defy Wrestling become part of All Elite Wrestling. Hell, they signed Nick Wayne, and Nick Wayne and Swerve used to have programs that went for 30-minute-long plus matches. So I can honestly see this leading to Defy and Progress maybe being a part of the Forbidden Door. So I'm very curious to see what this could lead to. But it does make me wonder if Triple H's global organization plan came to fruition and NXT UK didn't go belly up, because I saw so much opportunity in that. I wonder if this was maybe something that WWE was trying to do with their long-term partnership with Progress, and now Defy has just become part of the process after so long. Again, Defy is only 7 years old. Progress has been around forever.
Right.
So that being said, let's go ahead and figure out what everyone else's take is with this, because at the end of the day, it's a wrestling business merger, and it's the second merger we've come to know now since TKO and USC and WWE became a thing that was multiple billions of dollars. So, James, since I know that you probably know maybe a fair degree about at least Progress and Defy, or at least what this could mean, why don't you go ahead and kick things off here? What's your thoughts on this collaboration now?
I think the idea of the collaboration going on is, it goes back to what I said in the last topic. Don't say never in the industry. And I say that because these companies are worlds apart, but now that they've kind of merged, they're going to be under one type of entity type deal, and they're going to be able to expand their operations a lot more to different parts of the world in their respective countries. You're going to see that in a small scale and a big scale, I think, as the years go on. And I think Defy and Progress merging like they've done, I think only kind of enhances that progress going forward for the industry. I think it's going to be a natural progression for all companies to do this at some point, whether it's mergers in full or partnerships. I mean, you want to talk about the first real merger. I mean, we look back at 2021 or 2022 when Tony Khan bought Ring of Honor, and now that's under the TK umbrella. So this is been going on for a few years now, where companies have kind of been collaborating. I think we're just going to see more of that as time goes on. I don't think you're just going to see, like, how New Japan had Rev Pro, be their kind of developmental territory for so long, or, stuff like, GCW being allowed John Moxley to be the GCW champion. You're going to see a lot more on bigger scales and smaller scales as time goes on, where the entire industry is going to intermingle. Some promotions might not get on board with that really quickly as opposed to others. CMLL and AAA get with the fucking program. But, there is going to be, the precedent set now with, Ring of Honor and AEW merging, TKO UFC merging. Now you're seeing it on a smaller scale with Defy and Progress. You're just going to see a lot more of this. And I'm going to stop the presses because Kitty. And I love cats. And this cat is adorable. Look at this cute cat that Mr. El Papi del Douchebag is holding. It's
El Gato de Douchebag.
El Gato. Well, he's saying El Papi de Douchebag now. I mean, I coined the phrase. It's done deal. We had a whole geek out about it.
That's me, that's a douchebag.
All right.
El Gato. El Gato.
You're bringing up a traumatic moment in my life. Put the cat down.
What happened with you?
He looks like Diesel.
Aww.
Kitty.
He's so cute.
There you go, sweetheart.
So, JJ, again, you talk about all the time when it comes to, business relationships and the outlook of the industry. Again, for those that don't know, these are two independent promotions. One of the most well-recognized, respected, longest-running independent promotions out of the United Kingdom, Progress Wrestling. That used to have a content partnership with WWE, but now that's mostly ICW if you've been on the Peacock. And then the other promotion here that's still young, but one of the most defined promotions within your part of the country up there on the west side in Defy Wrestling out of Seattle. Again, names like Nick Wayne, Swerve Strickland, Darby Allin, John Moxley, etc. And right now, people that AEW has used that are their champions, such as Kenta and Burt Vixen, it just leads to more of that, global showcasing and international collaboration. So what's your take on these two companies merging, considering one's halfway across the world, the other one's here? But the thing is, it's not like they have a $1 billion globalized live broadcast backup like AEW has, particularly with New Japan Pro Wrestling. So what's your take on this?
If I'm being honest, there's a reason I asked you to lead this conversation, because I'm so not knowledgeable of either company.
Right.
I feel like it almost feels like it's going to be more of like a talent exchange type of thing. That type of merger where people from Progress will be able to come to Defy to Progress, whatever. Maybe help broaden their horizons and expand the way they perform in the markets they perform in front of. I don't know if it's going to end up being one big giant company or whatnot, but I'm definitely curious because at the end of the day, the independents are the AAA of professional wrestling. You know, it's where the kids that really want to break into TNA, AEW, WWE, New Japan, AAA, CMLL, et cetera,
DNA.
you know, hone their craft. You know, it's where they go to make this all happen. So for there to be a super indie, much like Reign of Honor did exist in the early 2000s, I think can only be good for the business.
Yeah. And again, I know not everybody here is familiar with all the independent promotions, or maybe the independent scene particularly. I mean, again, Dattila, you watch TNA for like 3 years, and many of those talents, of course, literally came out of the independents. Zaya Brookside literally used to work out of Progress in NXT UK, then was freelance a little bit. She was in Stardom, which we'll talk about later. And now she's signed with TNA. But just looking at what this could mean for the scope of independent talent showcasing or maybe progressive development for the independent wrestling scene into possibly leaking into those bigger promotions. Do you have anything you want to say about this, Dattila? Maybe you could talk maybe on Defy anyway, or anything you want to say regarding maybe how this could expand the outlook on independent wrestling for the better.
Well, I don't really watch a lot of indie wrestling.
Okay.
I don't. But I know a little bit about Defy and a little bit about Progress, but kind of like JJ, I don't know much about them. Mergers could be bad, but mergers can also be good. And I'm hoping that this merger ends up being a good thing. Kind of like JJ say, hopefully we have a super indie that will only benefit the indie scene a lot more.
I can tell you, who really needed it more than anybody else back then. Progress should have done a merger with Defiant and ICW for sure.
Progress, I think, should have done a merger with ICW way back in like 2018 or so.
Yeah, I agree.
I've been watching Progress for the last 7-8 years at this point. I've watched everything. Whenever I got into it, I had watched from chapter 1 all the way until I caught up with, I believe, 87. So the talent that came out of Progress is insane.
Yeah.
The talent that's still in Progress is even crazier because these kids are coming up with more innovative ways of doing what we love to watch. And it's the exact same thing in Defy. They're doing things that we've maybe never seen before. So you get 2 promotions that are on the cusp of independent perfection. You got a recipe for success there. And as for what we see Defy and Progress do, we got a big 4 for WWE. We got a big 4 for AEW.
Yes.
Those are events that they could come together for and do at least 8 super shows a year.
Yeah, definitely. I could definitely see oversee like super show, and then you do like a super show here. So maybe they don't do the big 4. They can do like 2 massive super shows, and then they have like little mini shows across their own domains, because it looks like they're going to share the Progress demand streaming service for both their content, which another thing we always talk about here. At the end of the day, the way to go in this industry right now is a streaming platform to showcase your product. So I love how you put that. And like I said, Progress defined a lot of what NXT UK was and what JJ's NXT started with when it actually became tolerable, for me anyway. So it's one of those things where I'm very optimistic. And like I said, you got talent from New Japan Perez that has their gold. You got talent that's been showcased in Ring of Honor that has their gold. So it just further bleeds that independent showcasing onto a bigger stage, which only can mean better things for everybody in the industry. Opportunity. Walter, again, I don't expect you, if you know anything about these promotions, but you think about the names I mentioned that have been for these promotions, and you see what they're doing now, and you see they haven't forgotten their roots, even have been involved in them again. what do you have to say regarding what you think is for maybe the scope of these two promotions now coming together as one bigger conglomerate?
I'm on the same boat as JJ. I know a small amount about the company, but I will say mergers and things of this nature can only benefit the business. As we see what the big companies like WWE and AEW, what have they been focusing in the last 2-3 years is going on a global scale. So for a promotion from the UK and an indie promotion to combine with a Seattle-based promotion can only cause an influx of talents from the bigger companies to pick from and join eventually NXT or AEW or even TNA for that matter. You get a bigger crop to pick from of people from the indies to make superstars. You know, indies back in the day is where most of these people came up. Most wrestlers we love today have come up. Gunther, CM Punk, through ROH, Daniel Bryan. All these people were indies, and they just blew up out of nowhere. And when they have such a loyal fan base and following from the indies all the way up, and it's good to see someone that you can follow from their career all the way from these companies all the way up to the big time. So it can only be a positive for this wrestling industry, and I look forward to what the future is, and looks like it'll be in good hands. And on a global scale, you can get an influx of UK style wrestling, that hard hitting style that AEW likes to show, that some of what WWE shows, but you get different styles to pick from, and you get these talents and a whole new crop of talents for the future. So it can only benefit the wrestling business in the end.
Yeah, and not only that, Walter, but you can get some of that Chicago strong style that's been prevalent in that Defy scene for a long time. A long time.
Let's just try and stay away from Chicago for once, because I feel if we book that show anymore, it's going to burn down to the ground again.
Well, to be fair, I mean, they are based in Chicago, so there is that. There is that.
Well, yeah, I suppose that's fair. Stat Boy, do you have anything you want to add regarding this business decision with these two companies, and anything regarding how it could expand the scope, maybe just of the wrestling scene in general, and how that fluctuation can lead to more, influx, as they said, to the other companies, the grander stages, the bigger paychecks, etc.?
Well, wrestling is always evolving. So, like, I can agree with what everyone has said. It's like, hey, can this open the forbidden door to WWE, even though Triple H doesn't like that word? Sure, why not? You've already opened the door and welcomed in TNA Impact twice in the last couple of years with women's champion coming into the Royal Rumble. Okay, you've opened the door. You're welcoming them in. Work with it. Let it evolve. Let it happen. Get a feeler out there. Embrace it, but don't abuse it as well. Don't play the I'm worth it that card. I should be getting this. Don't play that card.
Politics.
Exactly. Don't do the politics. See where it goes. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, you've got two options. Make it better or don't do it again. Bottom line.
That's fair.
Thank you.
Well, I'm just curious to see if I'm going to be calling a Progress Defy Super Show during WrestleMania week. So I guess only time will tell. But in the meantime, kudos to them. Progress that's been around, growing since 2012. Defy that's been around for 7 years. We've seen what both companies have done across chapters, across shows, across who we've seen showcased in the two biggest companies in the world. Can't wait to see what's ahead with what's already developing within them. With the likes of, like you said, the talent within there. Millie McKenzie, Session Mark Martinez, Burt Vixen, Kent, and who knows who they could be working with or competing with. So I look forward to seeing what comes out of this. And
they're still using legends like Jody Fleisch in Progress too.
Yeah, exactly. And here's the thing: the legends aren't taking the spotlight from the current town. That's some crazy shit.
Bro, if Progress had their way, they'd still be using Johnny Saint. Who you can,
bro? If Progress had their way, the talent that they would be using.
Yeah.
That was there.
Yeah.
Well, again, big what if after the whole area collapsed due to a worldwide pandemic. Again, it's an alternative reality that even Morgan Freeman can't narrate because we don't know. So,
well, let's be honest. NXT UK happened, then the pandemic, then the speaking out movement. It was a whole cavalcade of absolute shithousery that completely made that go tits up in the UK speak.
fair analysis and fair historical record that Stepway, I'm sure, can even approve. Either way, support independent wrestling, folks, and let's see what happens. I'm looking forward to it.
As Progress always said, support independent wrestling.
Yeah.
And James, I gotta correct you. It's chin up.
Yes.
And then watch out for the shoes.
Well, the virtuoso please because back to full color and actually raise the elevation of the progressive prowess and progress in the women's professional wrestling scene in AEW versus this 1930s Noah presentation. Damn it!
I thought you were about to go Slim Shady with it and be like, "Will the world of virtuoso please stand up? Please stand up. Please stand up."
My name is not Slim Shady.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
His name is Simple
I'm Round
Man.
Shady.
Oh God.
Well, if you're Round Shady, I'm Brown Shady.
God damn. Getting a 10?
If you want to hear Eminem freaking freestyle tonight, super chat. It's as simple as that.
Yes, we'll have the birthday boy do it.
What? No.
How much would it cost to get a Noah Foster Eminem freestyle?
The fuck?
The traditional cost, Maddie, is $25. $25 call your shot super chat.
I'm gonna fucking lose.
Hold on. Time out. It's his birthday. Give him a day off. Let him know.
I don't need to lose myself tonight. I've already lost my mind considering what I'm dealing with here already. And then you brought me to I'm talking wrestling.
Are you saying you're afraid?
This is not
even
especially with Arlene
lurking into your mouth.
Especially with Arlene lurking, he is very afraid.
I ain't afraid of nothing, but I ain't doing nothing.
So you're not afraid.
And afraid
at this point, Emmanuel is probably already texting Arlene, and Arlene is about to bring her phone up. Like, what's this I heard about Noah doing Eminem for $25?
Don't you dare say her name! All right, stop it.
You guys aren't seeing what Matt's doing.
Hold on. Say her name and have her appear.
No.
Just like Joe Hendry.
I believe in that.
Believe in Joe Hendry.
Believe in Joe. Oh wow, that's a really good Joe Hendry. Good shit.
Oh man.
I've been watching him for a while.
That's fair. Same. Yeah,
he's brilliant. I don't care. He's freaking brilliant.
Okay, on a controversial opinion, but his Foo Fighters entrance in ICW will always be his best entrance of all time.
Oh my God, that's what he came out to My Hero, right?
Look at the screen, Noah.
Arlene.
Hi, Arlene.
God damn it!
Can you get Noah to sing?
No.
I'm kind of with Stat Girl Dory Lou. What the hell is going on your own show, JJ? I think we're about to get an invasion of Mikey's feet. Oh my goodness!
Well, finally, someone's going to inject some positivity and maybe stability here as we welcome in the lovely fellow barkeep at Stat Boy Sports Bar, Dory Lou. Dory, how are you? Great to see you.
Good evening. Well, let's see, where do I start? Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
That's why. Now we understand.
Thank you kindly. I appreciate that.
That's cool.
We're gonna help plug the fact that he needs to rap.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and be better. I can only be, I can only try and be more of what I was before. Come tomorrow, today. So we'll see if I put myself in a better way.
Okay.
And no, how about we flip it for the $25? We all sing happy birthday to you.
Are you trying to get JJ copyright strike? Do you know that's like free domain? I don't know.
I forgot Happy Birthday was copyrighted.
Is it? I'm pretty sure it still is. But
no, it is not. It is in the public domain.
Yay! So the lawsuit
it's public. It's public.
All right. Well, anyway.
Okay. So that means somebody did try to trademark it and failed miserably.
Oh,
That's
there you
what
go.
that was.
It is public domain. All right, guys. I have stuff to do since I just got home. Love you. Have a great open mic night.
Bye.
Appreciate you always. That girl out.
JJ, can we do that?
I just looked this up. Warner settled out of court for $14 million to allow that to be public domain.
Thank goodness.
14 million.
In 2016, Warner Chappell settled for $14 million, and the court declared that "Happy Birthday to You" was in the public domain.
Well, the more you know. Now I've learned everything.
God damn. Warner's.
I wanted to know when, because I do remember people legit getting sued for that.
Warner Brothers did a good. It's great.
Well, it just goes to show not every person in a suit is a freak. I'm not going there. And now back to JJ as we return to our normal festivities. Again, folks, support Planet Wrestling.
Nice. Hi, JJ.
Hello. We are going to take another brief commercial message. Oh, I see Walter's hand up. Yes, Walter.
I just wanted, because I don't know if you heard because you were off screen. The reason we're discussing the birthday thing, whether it's public domain, I said, so how about we flip it instead of him rapping for the $25? If anyone donates $25, we all have to sing happy birthday to Noah.
Dude, that's gonna be
maybe a break.
Dude, that's gonna be AIDS for the ears. You kidding me, dude? That's gonna be awful. Like it's just gonna be like interfering feeds going singing the same shit.
No. I'm sure there's a way we could orchestrate it, but I would allow that if somebody wanted to make that super chat to the Casa D18 Studios channel. We could figure out a way where each one of us can do like a line.
That's fair.
That way we don't step over anybody.
Y'all nice.
Oh, and look at that. Arlene agrees. She is donating. Oh, so no donating. What are you doing? Come on, donate the $25 for Noah's birthday. Come on.
Yeah, she got better.
So we're gonna throw to a commercial break real quick to show all the stuff that Noah will be wasting his voice on to call the action for. And James and Attila and myself. So we will be right back.
With Walter and the
Thank you.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
All the wrestling, all the professional wrestling, damn it, and sports entertainment. But I will say NXT has gotten better and has furthered my interest.
Yeah. What the fuck are you doing?
I can't see, guys.
I can't see. I'm legally blind.
Oh dear.
So we can see you, but you can't see us.
My hair is kind of ruining everything here. So welcome back to the stream, guys.
I love this. What a guy.
Can you see my eyes?
I don't know. Push your fingers into them like slip.
No.
Maybe.
About to say.
Okay, now I can.
Now I can see him.
About to say, what do we see? We see his vision. Anyway, moving on. Back to JJ. JJ, take control of your show.
I'm trying.
I know you are.
I really am trying, but if I tried too hard to take control of it, then it wouldn't be the Saturday Night Shenanigans.
That's fair. That's fair. But
That's
even
fair.
you
Gotta allow some of the chaos to ensue.
Controlled chaos or chaos control, although he doesn't have the 7 chaos emeralds. Team Sega for life.
Woo! We getting half and half from Arlene, by the way. Woohoo!
I saw that. I was just waiting for the other half to come in before I brought attention to it, James.
Oh, my bad.
Calm down.
Okay, hold
broski.
on. Let me play. Let me put
Did
it, Jeff.
somebody else put in the other half?
James, let the producer produce his show.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And there it is.
Ding.
Let him Dr. Dre Noah's Eminem.
Dean, Dean, Dean. Donating half to Jeff's and half to JJ's for all the torture I put you through, Noah.
Yes.
And then the second half does have a question, and we will address the question portion when we get to the press conference main event.
Yes.
And Arlene, like I said, if it's for your joy, if it's for the multiverse of me as entertainment, you guys made me also more of a better person. I got nothing but love and appreciation for all of y'all, but I wouldn't mind a break.
Yes. Well, now you get a break because we have to sing happy birthday to you.
I appreciate
it. There you go.
All right. Well, since Stat Boy is away from the camera, that leaves 5 of us on camera to sing. So I will do the first happy birthday to you, then James. Datilla can do happy birthday, dear Noah. And then all of us will do the final happy birthday to you.
Sounds good. All right, here we go.
Fair?
No. Oh, Lord.
All right.
Fair.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you!
Happy birthday, dear Noah.
Happy
Queremos pastel.
I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Está poniendo
You're a
viejo.
beautiful man,
And
Noah.
sweet dreams of the bunny.
Sweet dreams are made of
this.
who is Noah to disagree?
I traveled
Travel
over
the world in 7 seas. Everybody. Oh, we're not
Well, Noah's looking for the bunnies, so I mean, we know what he's looking for.
All right. Back
Never
to
stop.
Yeah,
back
whatever.
to legitimate conversation.
Yes.
The next topic is a little bit of a downer topic, but it is what it is. It's the one that James was looking the least forward to.
Yes.
Discussing the termination of Coach D'Amore, Scott D'Amore, the TNA president, and then TNA Anthem Sports Entertainment appointing, and I'm probably going to botch the last name, Anthony Cicione as the new president. Definitely a bummer here because while I will admit it's been well over a decade since I actively followed TNA, it definitely seems like Scott D'Amore was the wind of change, if you will. He was what was bringing the rudders back the way things needed to be. He was the one taking them to new heights. He was the one that was trying to reestablish what they used to be during their greatness. And it's a sad day to see him now on the outs. But silver lining in all of this is wherever he ends up next, if he ends up somewhere, he may just decide to take this and retire and decide, you know what, if I can't do it for TNA, I'm not doing it for anybody. I'm just going to call it a day. I've made more than enough money to survive on for the rest of my days, plus residual checks and whatnot that he'll still get paid. I'm sure for merchandise, but if he does end up in AEW, in WWE, he's going to be good. And the company that he ends up with will be all the better for the addition of him. I definitely feel wherever he goes, he needs to be put in charge of the women's division there, because both WWE and AEW could benefit for somebody putting time, effort, and devotion into their women's divisions.
Facts.
The fact that NXT, the C brand, is a better booked women's division than either AEW or WWE main roster says a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. It says a metric
What?
ass ton.
Yeah,
True that.
for real. But hopefully we'll hear an announcement soon as far as where he's going and what his future will be. And again, I wish Coach D'Amore nothing but the best wherever he lands.
Mm-hmm.
I see your hand up, James, but I actually wanted to go to Datilla first in this one. Since she's one of the main ones that really started to push to get me back to watching TNA, her and Noah.
Damn right.
So I wanted to go to her thoughts first on this one, and then I can bounce up to you. But let's let the lady go first here, since D'Amore, one of the things he's really responsible for is shaping the Knockouts division.
Gail Kim.
So
Wasn't for Scott, you wouldn't have Gail.
Go ahead, Datilla.
First of all, JJ, thank you for that. I felt some type of way, honestly, and it was such a sad day when that was announced, because to me it felt like TNA and Scott D'Amore were some of the least problematic promotions, the least problematic, president / booker. They didn't have any drama that we knew of,
right?
And I felt sad because Scott D'Amore, he brought back TNA. He was hyping up the crowd. He did all these things and he got fired. I know I've seen some people on social media say that they're going to stop watching, that they canceled their flights to No Surrender. I feel like that's a terrible thing to do because the wrestlers, the staff, they're not at fault for the decisions that management makes. They shouldn't pay the price because Anthem decided to fire Scott D'Amore. So, I want to be optimistic about this and think that, Anthem maybe might work out for Anthem. I'm trying to be positive. Change is good, but change should also be bad.
Yes.
So wherever Scott decides to do or go, I 100% support him.
Yeah.
Do I think some wrestlers might leave TNA? That remains to be seen. I know a lot of wrestlers were loyal to Scott, but I don't know. It's just I've been feeling some type of way about Scott getting fired from TNA. Gail Kim, look at the knockouts. They're the reason TNA has the best knockout women's division in America.
Damn it. Right.
So I know that he was pushing for Anthem Mike Johnson from PWI Insider, he was pushing to increase the budget. Anthem wouldn't budge.
Yeah.
Sucks. It sucks. It really does suck. But like I said, I'm hoping it works out for them.
Same here. Go ahead, James.
I remember we talked about TNA a little bit when they had the good news, obviously, with all the press coming out of Hard to Kill. I think that was about a month ago now.
Correct.
Right. So I said this then. Well, people, do you believe me now when I said they need to frickin' axe Anthem from TNA, period? Because all they're doing is hindering the growth, and they've been hindering the growth for years now. It's not a new thing. It hasn't been a new thing since Anthem purchased this damn thing. This is really what it is, okay? TNA to Anthem is like what Ring of Honor was to Sinclair. They don't give a shit about the company itself. They don't give a crap about this making money. They're never going to. They see this as a way to further their bottom line only, and they're so nearsighted on how hot the industry is right now that they basically don't want to take a risk and actually try to promote this, much like, Spike and Viacom did when TNA was trying to go and become bigger than it was, and we saw how that ended still, but you get my point. So, they're screwed as long as they stand with Anthem. That's the end and short of it. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's just the reality. Anthem does not care. They do not care. Scott D'Amore cared. Scott D'Amore cared too much, and he got the axe for it. And
since day one, it's been FTO.
Yeah, for real. And it's been a hard climb up anyway, but they actually had promise this time. That's the sad part. They had promise this time, and it gets halted because some freaking executives who don't know a damn thing about the industry, don't even care to freaking think about how hot the industry is right now, just go and don't increase the budget because basically they want him to do all this work, but they want to have their cake and eat it too. Like that's what it comes down to. You cannot expect this company to grow and then try to freaking cut costs at any given point. You can't do it that way. It's never worked in the history of the industry. Name one time that's actually worked in the benefit of any company. Hell, it worked the opposite because Paul was trying to get bigger deals and he got fucked over by other companies and he lost out on money. So if it didn't work for ECW, what the hell makes you think it's going to work out for TNA? It's not going to. You can make that pile of turd, look like a gold mine, and it's still a pile of turd depending on what company owns it. And this is not the first time that Anthem has stifled TNA. I mean, we want to look over the Global Force debacle. Do we want to look at how they freaking barely were breaking even after that point? And the only reason they even were was because Don Callis and Scott D'Amore gave a shit. And now you're going to fire the one guy that actually cared because you didn't want to spend the money. And now you're going to put some guy who probably doesn't know anything about the industry in charge of this thing. Of course people are going to be concerned. As they freaking should be, by the way.
Most historians remember what happened when Jim Herd was put in charge of WCW.
Oh, wow. Yeah. The Ding Dongs. That was a hit.
My co-host has Jim Herd on his top 3 list of people that if he had the chance, he would. Yeah. And Jim Herd is on that list, as well as Kevin Dunn and Mr. McMahon.
Yeah. I don't blame him on either one of them.
That's the top 3 list of people that my co-host would get rid of from history.
Yeah. And I'm not saying that this guy is anything like those people that Matty just mentioned, by the way. We don't know what he's going to do, but even if he does his very best, there's a very good chance that his best may not be good enough because he doesn't know or give a fuck to know enough about the industry. And that's the main problem. It's Sinclair Ring of Honor all over again. And it's been that way for a while.
And that was such a depressing time as a wrestling fan.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Especially when they screwed up the G1 Supercard and screwed the whole pooch on that.
I cried so much.
So there is that. I mean, that's my thoughts on it. I think the sooner TNA can find somehow a buyer to buy TNA off of Anthem, the better off they're going to be. Dead ass. Like, seriously, Scott D'Amore, if you have no intention of going to another company, get in touch with Freddie Prinze Jr. and buy this sumbitch and get it on a bigger network. Seriously. Like, that's your one shot you have left here. Because clearly Anthem don't give a shit. I hate to be that guy, but
the problem, though, James, is that Anthem has to be willing to sell.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Goes back to the, they want their cake and eat it too argument, which I just brought up. Is like they want TNA to succeed, but they only want TNA to succeed under their limited, stingy dime they're allowing to have. Meanwhile, they're playing the fucking role of Scrooge McDuck. I mean, what the hell do you expect is going to happen? So, yeah, I mean, not trying to be a negative Nancy on it, but it really is a damn shame. Like, you basically got rid of your heart and soul of that company. Because let's be honest, I mean, he was the biggest cheerleader of TNA, and it was self-admitted from jump that he wanted this back, and he got it back, and then they fired the guy because he wanted the bigger budget, which was valid by the way, considering the house they drew at Hard to Kill.
They sold out in how many minutes?
Not ridiculous amount of time because TNA came back.
They did,
and they're going to try to do it again with. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
They did such good business at Hard to Kill that they're going back there for Rebellion.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah,
that's good.
In the end, like James said, like Dattila said, like Noah even pointed out, D'Amore was the heart and soul of this promotion. You saw it from the outpouring of emotion from the talent itself. Like, the morale over there right now with the new president, and I'm assuming Booker, because wasn't he involved in the Booker as well? The morale has to be so in the dumps that this talent has to go out there and just do it for the love of the game because they lost their guy.
Not only that, they still have to provide for their families because at the end of the day, it's a job as well. But again, without that moral system, without that self-motivation, some people are like, some people are like, fuck work, I'll go find something else to do. This ain't worth it. I'll say it once, I'll say it again. I've said it ever since they bought it. Fuck that out. This is just another example of corporate America wanting only one thing: grubby money for their own self-gain with nobody else benefiting at the end of the day. They are putting themselves before something else that others are passionate about because it doesn't benefit them. The reason Scott D'Amore was terminated is because Scott D'Amore's idealisms for TNA was bigger than what Anthem was wanting for themselves. And the fact that we live in such a selfish, self-sided, one-mind society that only wants to fill in their pockets, that's why the wrestling industry can't thrive. That's another reason why I think collaboration is better than competition. You can't have some damn dipshit in a $600 suit that don't know a damn thing about professional wrestling try and friggin' raise a professional wrestling company. It doesn't work like that.
And
fucking asshole.
Like you just pointed out, Noah, this is a corporate guy. Has anybody heard of this guy in the wrestling sphere at any point?
Not a single clue who he is.
Exactly. So Anthem fired a guy that was best for the business and put their corporate guy in. It feels like a TKO kind of. It feels way more corporate bullshit than anything else.
But here's the difference between TKO, Maddie, and this freaking Anthem shit. At least Ari Emanuel has history in combat sports. There's the difference.
Incredibly valid point.
At least he knows the game to a certain extent. I don't think this guy knows a freaking wrist lock from a wristwatch.
I'm going to do a quick Google search of him real quick. What's his name? Anthony what?
Anthony Cicione.
Okay. You guys continue conversation. I'm going to do a Google search.
All I know is people have literally come out verbatim, including the current TNA World Champion. If there's no Scott, there is no Moose. The reason Moose said he was going to retire in Impact Wrestling before it was known as TNA was Scott fucking D'Amore. He's gone. Now, as far as we know, Moose is defending the TNA World Championship against Alex Shelley. And that's another name, by the way, an original IP of TNA, brought back motivated by Scott D'Amore. You think even if Alex Shelley wins this title back, is he going to stay around for the long haul? It's not the first time he took a fucking hiatus.
No.
I got some wild news for y'all.
Like, at least Scott's team is still in place and they didn't dismantle the team. If they would have dismantled his team, I'd be more concerned and more alarmed. Yeah. But his team is still in place. They're still there. They just... Scott may not be there, but his team is still there. So that's why I'm a little optimistic here. If they would have poured everything apart, I would be afraid.
Well,
So
again,
I
if Evan McCreary and Gail Kim go, it's game over for TNA. I'm done.
I was gonna say if we hear news come out about Gail Kim, that's when I'll be really worried.
Me too. Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, Maddie.
So Anthony Ciccione, I'm assuming that's how it's pronounced. Most Italian name in professional wrestling. He has been the vice president of operations and president of entertainment for Anthem since 2008, since the company opened. This has been his one job in his entirety when it comes to this. So since 2008, he has been vice president of Anthem's entertainment relations and shit.
Yeah, and what the fuck is Anthem known for? Some music and B-rated movie bullshit.
Yeah.
Let's us see.
Yeah, because I don't even remember exactly your point, Noah.
All right.
And while he looks that up, by the way, I'm just going to also point this out. The problem with that optimism, and I'm not saying don't have the optimistic. In fact, please have the optimistic.
Somebody needs to.
Somebody needs to. I've been through the TNA bullshit, and so is he, and so is he, and so is he.
I haven't. That's probably.
So is Maddie. We've all been through this shit. So I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen.
How fitting that Tara's in the center of this madness.
Yeah.
And she's the only one that hasn't been through it.
Right.
Count yourself lucky, by the way.
Yeah,
I'll tell you
seriously.
exactly how this is going to happen, and everybody in the chat's probably going to blow it up and agree with me here. What's going to happen is Jim Cornette, Vince Russo, Hulk Hogan, Eric Bischoff all over again, where they freaking fire everybody from the old camp. There you go. That's what's going to happen.
Fuck you, James. No.
Am I wrong?
You're not, unfortunately.
Is that not a legitimate concern when you got a guy who, for all intents and purposes, he hasn't done fuck all for this company, for Anthem or TNA, period.
You'd be better off putting Dixie Carter back in the seat.
I'm dead ass. I'm not even kidding.
So since 2016, the Anthem Corporation, Anthem Sports Entertainment, has acquired 5 names. Those 5 names, in chronological order, would be the Game TV Corporation, Impact Wrestling, HD Net Movies, Invicta Fighting Championships, and Gravitas Ventures. So they've got 5 things under their belt, but only one of them is a combat sports. The other one is movies.
There you go.
Dude, this
People.
What is the combat sports organization?
Invicta.
Invicta.
It's an all-female combat sport. I know during the Impact era, maybe the Tilly even saw their commercials. At one point, they were promoting their shows because they were also on Anthem at the same time. But it's almost like that one promotion that used to be on TNT. Maybe Walter can even talk about this. That one promotion that I think they used to be on after like AEW.
Yes.
It kind of was like that died a short death. But Invicta's one of those that I think is more like seasonal. It's just one of those all-woman based combat sports zones.
Okay.
I don't have AXS TV, so I never.
His son is also a defensive coordinator, if anybody actually cares about that.
All right.
Go work for the military. Who gives a fuck?
Okay, so
do Walter or Mikey have anything else they'd like to add to this?
Yeah.
Mikey, I know you don't follow TNA, so you probably have nothing to say. If you do, please let me know.
Oh yeah, I can.
Okay.
It sucks that when a person is doing good for a company and that person lets that person go, it's very questionable. You want to ask the question, if you're doing so good, why are you getting rid of him? Have they? My number one question is, have they made a public reason as to why?
No.
Okay. So that's my first thing. What did he do that was so horrible that they decided to fire him? That happens in business, in the reality world, in any business. It's a stupid play. Okay, if you're doing good at your company, why do it? And then you get lawsuits and what ifs, and it's like,
To me, it
don't
sounds
do
like.
it.
To me, it just sounds like, and I think everybody here has pretty much agreed and mentioned this. But to me, it just sounds like D'Amore kept wanting to expand the reach, expand production, make TNA grow and prosper, and they just didn't want to give him the money. So how do you get away from having to give somebody money? You get rid of the person that keeps asking for money.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's not that he wasn't doing a good job. It wasn't that he wasn't turning the company around. But it's like, how many times are you going to have somebody in a board meeting? You know, if you have a board meeting every month with all your higher ups at a business, and every month the same person comes in and says, hey, we can really turn our company around if we do this, this, and this. And you're just adamant against doing that because you just don't want to cough up the extra funds. How many months do you listen to the same person say the same shit before you're like, you know what? I don't care if your bottom line is good. I don't care if you are raising profits. I'm tired of hearing you ask the same question. You're gone. You're annoying.
Some of them want to use you. And Anthem used Scott D'Amore for their own selfish gain. And when Scott D'Amore was willing to do more for TNA at the expense of Anthem, and Anthem wasn't having none of it, they're like, get out of here.
Dude, I'm over it. And by the way, let's talk about they're making profits. No, with the freaking names of the companies that they have, TNA is the only thing, and read my lips, that's making them break even. So that's bullshit. It's been bullshit. I the only reason I even know about the gaming company is because Moist Esports got fucked over by them with their travel arrangements recently. So I know for a fact that's a third-rate gaming company. The combat sports thing might be something, but at best it's like the ribbon of the MMA scene. Like they're nothing really. So then you have what? HDNet movies? Who the frick watches HDNet movies anymore?
I don't even know what that is.
Like I remember that back.
It was a big thing a couple of years ago.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's not even sniffing the mainstream now. It hadn't sniffed the mainstream for years. And then the other company, I don't even know what the hell they're doing. So if
Gravitas Ventures.
Yeah, Gravitas Ventures. Okay, no idea.
I'm assuming it's a travel company.
So, okay, you get good travel. So you got a travel company that's raking in the dough and a wrestling company that's actually the most known name now that you've had in years. And you are going to stifle your fucking cash cow like that. It's stupid.
They could have the travel company to be able to get the talent across the country to the shows and whatnot.
Gravitas Ventures would be an independent film company.
Yeah, that's an independent film company. So basically, Anthem is 90% movies, 10% TNA.
Combat sports.
Yeah, that.
Yes, Walter. You've been very patiently waiting to say something on this one. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. Somebody in Anthem got into my stash and started smoking the good shit. And didn't pay me. It didn't pay me because
now did they get in your stash and smoke the good shit, or did they steal some of Tony Khan's stash and start getting to some of that bad shit?
No. Tony Khan is a guy that actually understands the business, and he barely wears a freaking suit that's probably worth more than $600. Curly-haired, crazy, wide-eyed, never sleep, poorly booked women's division aside, the man fucking understands professional wrestling, damn it!
I will say, though, he needs to get better dress sense. Dude, stop shopping at the thrift shop. Continue, Walter.
I was going to say...
Hey, there was nothing wrong with shopping at a thrift shop. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I did see there is if you don't know how to match your shit, and Tony doesn't. Go ahead, Walter.
It's 2024. Like, when we heard all the TNA good news, I said, well, where's the bad? Because I knew something was coming. In 2024, every time some company had some great news, right behind it was some bad shit. And I knew something was coming. So to get rid of your heart and soul, as everybody's saying, is just dumb. But he's going to, if he decides to go somewhere else, it's going to be someone else's gain. Like you put him in NXT and you have him book that women's division. You have them do WWE's women's division or even AEW. They sure the hell won't have that 9:30 time slot anymore. They sure the hell will actually put an effort. And you put them in charge of the women's division when that worst kept secret that we talked about earlier, it might join the company. There you go. You're going to have some great outreach. So,
Well,
I mean,
hey, Triple H always has plenty. Put him in a tag team. Scott D'Amore, though, could definitely help AEW, where AEW doesn't have a women's tag team division.
Yeah, let him run that division. Hopefully, we see some good things from him. But yeah, this Anthem is just about the bottom line, like everybody's saying, and they let Mr. TNA go pretty much. He was pretty much Mr. TNA.
Accurate.
And it was just a dumb move, but we'll see what happens in the future.
Retired years ago.
That's true. Yeah, like you said, JJ, Rebellion's literally going back to the place that is like one of their biggest ever shows they ever done to date, the Palms. That environment, that show, that card is going to tell a whole fucking lot about TNA's future.
That's fair, because you figure No Surrender is basically already booked before D'Amore got fired.
Correct.
So Sacrifice might be the first real test, but Rebellion, considering that's going back, that's going to be huge.
And that's pay-per-view. Sacrifice, No Surrender are the Impact Plus special. The pay-per-views are where you make or break. And if they don't make or succeed what they did at Hard to Kill Rebellion, it very well could be life support for all we know in TNA.
I will say, like, it was kind of such an odd decision for them to go back to Vegas so soon. I guess maybe they think they can replicate the success that they had with Hard to Kill.
They're taking the Tony Khan Chicago philosophy.
Fuck me, JJ. I literally get that fuck out my brain.
I will say, I do like that this time around they're selling combo tickets, because for Hard to Kill they didn't sell combo tickets. This time they're selling combo
tickets. That was the only way they were going to get people to sell out twice.
I guarantee you that's why they're doing it. They know they fucked up.
And then, Tony, if you do sign Scott, don't make a freaking another big announcement, robot, that I signed Scott D'Amore.
Please don't even sign Scott D'Amore.
Don't do that.
I'll tell you what,
if you do sign him, let it be a surprise.
I'll recreate the big announcement and literally show y'all how it's done.
So what's going on, Maddie? Go ahead.
So you want to know what I think we should do with Scott D'Amore. If he doesn't go to WWE, which would be a fumble on their part, if AEW swoops him up, put him as the main booker for Ring of Honor.
Mm-hmm.
If he puts forward the product that we've been seeing in Impact TNA, give him a good portion of the book of AEW. The Ring of Honor will be his litmus test for, national TV, because as much as we've talked about it, Access TV, you still only get it in select homes. Like, if you have the certain cable provider, you'll get Access TV.
Yep.
That's fair, but the only way you see Ring of Honor is if you subscribe to the Honor Club.
Exactly. But in the same vein, you also subscribe to TNA Plus on YouTube, you get the same thing.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
So regardless, if that's how you have to get your source of wrestling, it may come down to one or the other. And if fans, are more Scott D'Amore guys and gals, they might start tuning into Ring of Honor Club more than TNA Plus. I'm just throwing that out there.
Well, that's fair. The bottom line, you're saying this asset, this mind to the wrestling industry needs to be utilized for what?
No matter where he goes.
No matter where he goes.
Hell, he could go to New Japan and that he'd be a fucking asset to them.
I mean, Gato's booking Bullet Club War Dogs. I think
you've got a very valid point.
Yeah. You know what I need? Here's what I think needs to happen, and I'm dead ass serious. This is what you got to do, and this is truly how I feel about it. I think Scott D'Amore really wanted to help TNA. I don't think he'll go anywhere else. So this is me going with this mindset. This is what you have to do. Have every single wrestler go on strike. You have to do it at some point. It's the only way you're going to get anything done when you band the fuck together. So do that on that side. Scott D'Amore then gets Freddie Prinze Jr., buys that fucking company out, and puts it on a bigger network. That is the only way you get out of this fucking hole.
Well, and also too, if Anthem wants to sell, because they could try to buy, but if Anthem is refusing to sell, there's not much they can do about it.
If everybody decides to walk out and go on strike, they ain't gonna have a choice. They're gonna have their hands gonna be forced.
They'll be lucky to get a penny back on their investment. James got a point here. If that IP isn't worth anything to them, they have to sell it because all it's doing is costing them.
You wrestlers are the reason anybody even knows what the fuck Anthem is. You wrestlers are the reason people go and see TNA. The wrestlers need to band together. Hell, the management and Scott D'Amore's team need to band together. Go on strike. I don't give a shit if you're a champion. Throw the belt in the middle of the ring. Do whatever you need to do. Or take the belt away. Do what you have to do. Go on strike outside the offices of Anthem, and then have Scott D'Amore and Freddie Prinze Jr. swoop in and say, all right, you want to do this the hard way? We'll do it the hard way.
Fair.
Shit gets
the
done.
Problem with that,
done.
Dance, the problem with that is not every wrestler in that company is making enough money where they can afford to do those strikes. I mean, yeah, you got your Nick Nemeth and the people who have money saved up, but not every wrestler is millionaires and make enough money to where that strike isn't going to really hurt them.
Listen, right now, you're telling me that during that time, Tony Khan isn't going to capitalize and actually give these people work so that way they're not going to go broke? Come on.
He's
done it before.
Are on prove-it deals.
He's done it before. He'll do it again. And hell, they have New Japan as well. They have a working relationship with both companies are working with New Japan. So they'll be fine. They will be more than fine. They don't need TNA. TNA needs them. And so does Anthem.
I wonder what this means for Giselle Shaw.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
What it means for our insert name here. We've already seen how many outcries from the current talent and the past talent, JJ, that talked about hashtag thank you, Scott D'Amore. Without Scott D'Amore, let me put this in perspective, as I think this is a nice bull on it when we say, fuck that out altogether. Here's the thing. Hi, Jeff. Here's the thing. If Jeff says about Hulk Hogan, he wouldn't become a fan. I think without Scott D'Amore, you very well wouldn't have TNA beyond the early 2000s.
Yep. No.
True that.
Very, very valid point from a simple man.
Yes.
That's right.
All right. We're going to go to commercial here. Going to take a little bit of a longer one this time as we show people James's trailer for his uncle's documentary.
Ooh.
And then we'll get back to some more professional wrestling conversation. We'll be back in a couple moments.
Matty, you'll like.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Gary Hebert, the man, the myth, the legend. I was amazed, and I was looking to become a better skater myself, and I wanted to be like Gary.
When you look at a guy like this, he's one of the most talented people in his profession. He's been given gifts by God.
It can get frustrating at times when you're trying things that, that maybe don't come as quickly to you as other things. And, you never really felt that sense of frustration with Gary. It was always about improvement and positive reinforcement.
Was it really the end? Was that head injury really the end? God has called Gary to continue to be a blessing to others and to be a passionate example.
My name is Gary Hebert, and this is the World Academy of Hockey, otherwise known as the Inside Edge.
I would recommend anybody that have a chance to come to his hockey school. I think it'd be well worth it. It'd be rewarding to all the kids and anyone he coaches, from whether it's an adult, a professional player, to a little kid like a Mike or a Squirt.
Gary, from day one, has been instrumental to my hockey career. I started out as a potential Division III player, and Gary brought me single-handedly through high school and into a top Division I prospect. I owe it all to Gary, the biggest legend on and off ice there's ever been.
Listen, watch, learn, be confident, and have faith. Those are the answers I was brought to. Yet, I only now am really learning how truly important those 5 things are.
Through preparation, through appropriate thoughtfulness and thinking, we can learn to untie the typical knots between our ears that drive us into underachievement and underperformance. And lo and behold, we can learn, I think, to fulfill our God-given potential.
Gary has the innate ability to make people not only better players, but better people. The life lessons they learn from Gary are incredible.
I can always remember leaving that rink knowing as a player I got better or I had something to improve on to get better. And I think that's what you excelled on as a coach, is giving us the knowledge to know what we needed to do to get better.
There's coaches who know the game, but can you communicate and create passion in your kids and in your players? And Gary's able to do that.
Gary's got great knowledge and the great hands, but more importantly, his ability to connect with people and care for them. His communication skills, to me, really stand out, separate him, and that's why he's one of the best, in the world.
Gary's a legend. He's a special, special man.
Thank you very much for all the time you guys decided to air that trailer. It's going to be paying off. End of February. Be on the lookout for that one. GaryHebertHockey.com will be where it airs first, and then I believe it will be on the YouTube channel thereafter. So be on the lookout for that one, ladies and gentlemen.
Looking forward to it. I know me and Statboy Mikey and Jeff all are definitely looking forward to it as big hockey fans.
There you go.
I'm sure the rest of the team will check it out, if nothing else, to support you and your uncle. But
it was. That's my uncle, baby.
But I know that the 3 of us are really looking forward to checking that out. That's just a sampling of the people that I know James and them have gotten for the documentary. I'm curious to see who else is in it.
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that we have gotten. It's big and small, and it tells a really huge, amazing story. And we got some testimonials as well, both written and on video, that will blow a lot of people's minds. I'm telling you, it's going to be one to look out for sure. So,
a lot of current talent in that clip alone.
Yep, that's exactly what it was intended to do, was to draw you in.
Well, before we get to the next topic, Dean, winner, chicken dinner. During the last one, Unfiltered Chaos, which I believe that is you, Maddie. Halfway to another 25. It's Poppy, by the way.
Yes.
Not sure what we're going to do when we get to another 25, because we've already sang for Noah, but I'm sure we'll figure something out.
No. We don't want to get demonetized, man. We don't want to get demonetized.
Only
Save that for OnlyFans. Save that for OnlyFans.
Oh, God.
What?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to know.
Let's just leave that alone, Datilla.
Yeah, honestly, that was the best response you could have had for that comment.
What?
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 I don't want to know. Never mind.
Yeah, now you get it.
There's some things that you don't need to know. Insert Men in Black memory wiper here.
The neutralizer.
Yeah, that thing.
There you go.
I need to buy one of those.
All right. Well, the next conversation piece is the other one Noah was going to lead us on.
Oh, right.
We just discussed the termination of Coach Scott Demord, former president of TNA. We're now going to discuss the termination of Rossi Ogawa from Stardom. Noah, go ahead and take this one away.
Hey. I blame Jeff for saying that the wrestling industry needs to just hit the big F12 reset button, because every damn company's doing it. Yeah. Okay. So for those that don't know, World Wonder Ring Stardom Promotion is the leading worldwide internationally recognized all-female Japanese professional wrestling promotion. These notes I get, of course, come from monthly Pro Wrestler and Wrestling Observer and Wrestling Inc. Just citing my sources. Ogawa was one of 3 people that founded this promotion back in 2010 and has brought it to the prominence you know today, including their biggest show to date, which was, of course, was All-Star Grand Queendom in Yokohama Arena last year, featuring one Mercedes Moné defending her IWGP Women's title against Mayu Iwatani, and Julia defending her World of Stardom Championship against Tam Nakano. So, as you all know, if you all been following news, my international professional wrestling fans, there's been this summit, and of course, this of mergers. Bushiroad being one of them, who of course acquired Stardom along with New Japan Pro Wrestling. Since that merger, though, basically Ogawa has been overruled by Bushiroad Fight Leadership around 9 months ago, and it led him to put in his notice because he didn't agree with the direction because he couldn't go the creative depth he wanted to with Stardom. So he's like, okay, I'm out of here. His original end date was supposed to be February 18th, but they expedited that to February 4th. That was the last show under his supervision, and they fired him, citing him of accusations of talent poaching. Now, this stems back to last year, particularly when Tony Khan was trying to really build something with them for Forbidden Door, particularly with one Megan Bain, who you all remember once was with AEW for a degree, but went into Stardom to fine-tune her craft, leading to her being one of the most dominant females there. And for the longest time now, basically Stardom and AEW has been trying to build a relationship with Stardom like they have with New Japan Pro Wrestling and CML. But basically, Rousey Ogawa wasn't having none of it. In fact, ever since this whole merger with Bushiroad, Ogawa has been thinking about trying to build his own wrestling promotion, which led kind of to these circumstances that people believe he was poaching talent. But for those that don't know, people like Kairi Sane, for example, it wasn't anything related to that because, again, it's all rumor based on what you believe. It's all speculation. But after she knew basically about what was going on with Ogawa and this whole thing under Bushiroad, Kairi decided to go back to WWE. At one point, there was rumor that Julia was going to go to WWE. But Julia's actually very committed to Rousey. A lot of Stardom talent are actually, and they want to follow along with him towards this promotion he wants to start, but without the right backing, similar to the whole Scott D'Amore thing, it's hard to say that he could do it, even though he's been an influence on the Japanese wrestling scene as early as a photographer back in the 1970s. Twitter twat Tony Khan celebrated God's firing on the Twix, as he does. Leave that for what you will. And this basically has not helped matters with, let's just say, the morale or those that outlook AEW from Stardom's side. So Stardom right now is a split environment, but the bottom line, the guy that brought the #1 all-female ran wrestling promotion to the top prominence is now gone. And apparently the ones taking over are President Okada, not Kazuchika Okada, and merchandise manager Oyama, who will be fulfilling Ogawa's previous duties. But rumor has it that Stardom talent within, like Maika and Tam Nakano, they might be stepping in to remain in Stardom and help lead it into a brighter, more creative direction. So right now, Stardom's under a transition phase, and rumor has it a lot of their champions, like Julia, like former World of Stardom champion Siri, like Utami Hayashita, they might be leaving. So you might be seeing an exflux of Stardom talent leaving the scene, either going with Ogawa or going a different way. Though some might choose to stay, but they'll be basically setting the entire landscape. The longest running signed talent there since day one, almost looked at as a daughter to Mr. Rousey. Mayu Iwatani, she's still IWGP Women's Champion, but will be defending that title in Sapporo against Mina Shirakawa. So you're basically looking at pretty much a reset of the Stardom landscape. So that being said, if a lot of these top names do leave, it might be the end of Stardom as we know it.
That's crazy.
I mean, I can add to this as well. There are going to be people that are going to side with this guy, but the reality is
they ain't gonna create a Pro Wrestling Noah variation of.
No.
They ain't gonna create one. I mean, even if they get some of the talent on his side, I very much doubt that's gonna happen. My Utami would probably be the only big star that he truly gets. Like that's pretty much it. And for those who need a little bit more context, people know of or have heard of Julia. I'm sure not everybody has, but I'm sure people have at least heard the name. I know, JJ, you've seen one of her matches in New Japan earlier last year, I believe. She actually.
So I know the name, but I'm not positive I've seen her in action.
So
Mm-hmm.
the biggest egregious moment of star poaching, super evident of this, was Julia. She used to work for Ice Ribbon, and then she ended up getting poached before she was finished with her dates. And basically, what's his name again, Noah? Help me out.
Ogawa.
Ogawa tried to pull a fast one on Ice Ribbon. And obviously, then he had to kowtow and let her finish her dates there. And I think it even caused her a month delay for even coming into Stardom after that point. So
yeah,
it was bad. I mean, he'd been doing this for years. He has the Vince McMahon mentality. It's very much opposite to the Scott D'Amore issue. This is the complete opposite end of this. And it sucks. It sucks. Really no two ways about it, really. Yeah, I'm just kind of frustrated with it because, it's good that he's gone, but at the same time, it's like, okay, so he's going to take even more talent with him and poach his own company that he helped build up for years. It's like, okay, so you're just going to shoot them in the foot and then shoot yourselves in the foot when trying to start up a company that's going to be not even close to a success.
Well, he's not even trying to compete against Bushiroad. Again, the biggest reason that he's basically leaving this partnership, he can't take Stardom in the creative directions that he wants to. And clearly they don't involve working with other companies like AEW.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Because if he did, it would be bigger. And look, I'm not saying you have to work with every company. You want an established roster where you can hold your own anyway. But it sure as hell doesn't hurt to work with another American company. Like, could you imagine if Bushiroad allowed them to work with other companies and work with AEW and TNA, especially TNA? Oh my God, the matches you can get from that.
Well, Multiverse United is already giving us a preview of that with New Japan. Remember the last Multiverse United show, you had Julia literally having her first match under the TNA Impact banner.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like...
Okay, I probably did see that one then.
Yeah, it was Multiverse United 2 in August for whom the bell tolls. The four-way.
Right.
Julia, Diana Purrazzo, Momo Kogo, and Giselle Shaw.
And that's
Still
another
upset
thing.
that we didn't get Diana versus.
Yeah, but that's the other thing. Like, the reason why the IWGP women's portion of this division has been stifled so much is because of this guy just stifling that, because he was not one of those supporters of Bushiroad buying it from Jump, by the way. He's said that outright. So that's another thing. He's got basically, and I don't say this because he's Asian. I'm saying this as a metaphor, as a business. He's got the big Vince energy with the small penis. That's all it is.
All righty then.
Serious. That's all it is. That's why I said it wasn't the Asian thing. It's just the business thing.
All right.
You know how hard it is to start a company from the ground up, though, and the rumors that he just wants to start his own company, and Ogawa just.
Yeah, exactly. And
he might have a strong reputation, but a reputation only takes you so far. His reputation goes all the way back to All Japan Women's Pro Wrestling. So.
Right. And what do you think this means for the future of Japanese women's wrestling? Because this is a big hit to women's wrestling. So
it certainly is a huge hit, but as James alluded to, there are other promotions. There's Sendai Girls, there's Ice Ribbon, there's Tokyo Joshi Pro Wrestling, which still has established relationship that works across Pro Wrestling Noah and is on the Wrestling Universe platform. But what New Japan is to the entire Japanese wrestling scene, they kind of are the biggest, most recognized player. You're basically losing the biggest, most recognized, respected player in women's Japanese professional wrestling, arguably women's professional wrestling. This same promotion had the people you know today working these other promotions. Bea Priestley, Io Shirai, one of the original daughters of Stardom. RIP to Hana Kimura. It's amazing how many great female talent. Tony Storm, Diana Perazzo. It's amazing how many great female talents. Kaylee Ray, Piper Niven. You keep on giving me names. I'll just keep on telling you.
Yep.
It's
Toni
one of
Storm.
those things where I find it hard to believe that this promotion has been the standard and has really been brought to bigger prominence than ever before, in my opinion, this last year alone.
Yes.
It could be going belly up with this mass exiting, whether they're respectful to Ogawa based on what they did internally with them, or whether or not they're off to bigger things. Again, I'm pretty sure this is like a follow-up to our free agent conversation we did a while back. As far as Julia goes, Julia very well might be WWE bound before we know it, because she's already not going to be at Windy City Riot as far as we know right now, and she's still WWE Strong Women's Champion. In fact, she doesn't have a new challenger right now as we know it.
Right. I mean,
That's
and that's the thing. It's like they just established these championships like in New Japan as well. That was supposed to elevate Stardom on their platform. And it's like they keep getting stifled because it's basically like they had to pull teeth with this guy to get them to even show up and cross promote. And it's not even cross promoting. Like, you could have the Stardom Championship on the Wrestle Kingdom if you give it the chance. You don't even try.
Well,
They've been trying that for years.
Well, again, they had the spot, but let's be honest here. Why was that spot actually happening for us at Wrestle Kingdom 17? Because of Mercedes Moné. And Ogawa pretty much wanted to preserve Mercedes Moné. That's why she only was involved in the matches that she was. And again, Mercedes Moné was involved in Stardom's biggest selling, profiting show to date last year. And she lost the title to Mayu Iwatani there. And Mayu even broke down after crying in her match, call it what you will, with Siri at the Tokyo City Hall show the same day as Wrestle Kingdom, not the day of. She wants to do more with this IWGP Women's Championship, but has been unable to. And apparently she has a movie coming out regarding her life as well. So it's just crazy to think that the number one standard for me in all of women's professional wrestling might be done as I know it.
But it might not be if he's gone.
Yeah, I get that.
That's another thing.
Like Mike and Tam Nakano, two original names, they're willing to stay there and build Stardom stronger than ever.
Now, if they stay, maybe that entices the others to stay as well and not go with this guy. And I say that because, again, he wants to be Vince so bad, this guy. He's been wanting that for years for the women's wrestling scene. He's never been able to get there, but he has the same mentality. He's gone now. Now that you have this a lot healthier people in charge, that means they're going to give Stardom the exposure it desperately needs on U.S. soil. Exposure is the best way to get your brand out there. That is why New Japan had a presence when they shared talent to WCW and vice versa on their soil. Talent exchanges have gone back all the way back then, and it helped the promotions grow. You do that, you get your name out there, and you got more eyes on your product. It's really that simple. So I think now that he's gone, there's a very good chance that Stardom could have the biggest period if they play their cards right as well. I don't think it's one of those situations like the Scott D'Amore one in the slightest, because this guy has been he's basically been the guy who can't get out of his own goddamn way. He's been that way for a while. So
sounds like a Vince complex to me, like you said earlier.
Exactly. That's why I said what I said. There's some validity to it. And I'm not. By the way, for those who are wondering why I said the small dick, as in like he doesn't have the same stroke that Vince ever did. Like he wants to be Vince so bad, but he doesn't even have that power. But he wants to be so bad. Like you can tell. It's just.
I mean, it's not the first time though that someone in the Japanese professional wrestling scene went off to try and start their own promotion because of their own ideologies. Hello.
Yep.
And by the way, the reason why it worked for Pro Wrestling Noah is because there was a mass exodus. You're not going to get a mass exodus with this fucking clown. I'm sorry.
Nah,
you're just not going to.
No, I don't see that either. But I can definitely see more Forbidden Door access now that Tony Khan might be able to work with the talent of Stardom.
TNA, yeah.
You got President Tanahashi on the board with Bushiroad that runs the Japan Pro Wrestling, and Rocky Romero has been working closely with Tony Khan since this whole partnership developed literally 2 years ago. There's no telling right now what this could lead to for Stardom's exposure in both AEW and TNA.
I'm
and
just
whether
saying
WWE might also try and put their hands in the cookie jar on that.
That's what I'm saying. Like you think all these guys, wrestlers specifically too, with the exception of TNA that just fired a wrestler, great, but everybody else, Tanahashi, The Rock, Tony Khan's got wrestlers in his ear, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You don't think these people aren't talking about doing a collab someday? I mean, I'm just saying.
Triple H tried to invade the Japanese market a while back through All Japan Pro Wrestling, and chances are that might be back up and running ever since his NXT invaded with Charlie Dempsey, which apparently they're still in discussions for further collaboration. So again, there may be more to this Stardom change out than we think.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We will be on this podcast and it will go back in a year from now and look back at this and be like, oh shit, there was something bigger afoot.
Timestamp it for the highlight reel.
Yeah, exactly. And then just show everything happening at once.
Now, Stardom Evolution. Accept. Thank you. Okay.
Mikey, I know you don't have anything to say about this. Walter, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I said my piece. It's just difficult to start your own company from the ground up. And the fact that that's rumored what he kind of wants us to do, like, it's a little weird. You know, you need the financial backing, then you need everything else to go with it. And
yeah,
I don't see it happening
so far without a backer. Financial
plus
backer.
age and time is not on his side. So
he's one of the three original founders of Stardom, and Stardom has been in evolution since its friggin' birth in 2010. And Ogawa has been the only sole guy primarily in the seat now for the better part of its later lifetime. So it is weird. Again, like I said, like Jeff pretty much premonition. Every damn company as we know it is hitting the fucking reset button, and not all of them are doing it for the better.
Yeah,
not at all.
Well, all right. Before we throw the commercial, I would like to say thank you to everybody that is watching. We are currently broadcasting across 3 different platforms: YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. 8 different channels, and we have someone watching on every single channel. So thank you very much to everybody out there. We appreciate it. We are going to throw to another brief commercial. We're going to take another look at the watch along trailer. Let Noah get all excited in the little small production box.
Just because y'all like to see that.
And then we will come back and we will hit you guys with our main event as we discuss the WrestleMania presser that occurred the other day and the fallout that came of it. Stuff that actually made James, want to be a WWE fan and actually be looking forward to a WrestleMania.
Since who knows
when. Right back with all of that.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Here we go again!
Again, as simply put, all the wrestling, 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 all the professional wrestling. Damn it! And sports entertainment. Though NXT has definitely become far more intriguing for me, but this road to WrestleMania, probably since 19, has probably been the most compelling.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right. Speaking of WrestleMania being compelling, we are going to get to the main event and we're going to discuss the WrestleMania presser and the fallout of it last night on SmackDown. So it was at the press conference, and I feel bad for the women, if I'm being honest.
Same.
Because they came out, they started everything, really trying to get the crowd like going. But at the end of the day, nobody gave a shit about Bianca on that stage, Rhea on that stage, Becky on that stage. You know, did they give away the WrestleMania women's titles match by having Becky come out and interrupt Rhea? You know, if they did, bad move on their behalf. Granted, at that point, she was the only woman who's actually qualified for the chamber yet. But still, like, did they mess up by giving that away? Nobody cares. Nobody's talking about that. Seth comes out on stage, goes to bring out Cody Rhodes, and Roman Reigns comes out instead. Then The Rock comes out. Then we finally get Cody. Roman trying to throw weight around, making it seem like he gets to pick who he wants to fight since Cody didn't make a decision. Cody choosing Roman. You know, like he's a Pokemon that he's picking, you know. Roman Reigns, I choose you.
Oh, God. Two things I can't stand. Roman Reigns and Pokemon. Ugh.
Hey! Classic Pokemon will forever be the best. You take that back.
Never. After season 1, Pokemon sucked.
Noah uses doesn't care. It's perfect.
Hey, listen. Season 2 and 3 were pretty damn good. Come on.
The Indigo League up into Johto Journeys, and I'll even forgive Advance, were good.
Damn.
Everything else went.
She's expressing her knowledge again, dropping some science like we're talking about Power Rangers and shit.
The Power Rangers actually has more merit than Pokemon, and they've had how many different rerun seasons of the same?
Look. I stopped following Pokemon after the first movie.
Okay.
Not me. I can tell you a bunch of Pokemon, but I don't want to go
stopped
into my
following
nerd.
after the first movie. Give me some Psyduck and some Jigglypuff, and I'm straight.
Digimon was where it was at. Digimon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Y'all on a whole different.
But
I love Yu-Gi-Oh!
In this instance, I will digress because we need to get back to what we're talking about.
That's fair. Yes, very good. Very good.
But Rock showing that family tree of the bloodline was a hell of a moment.
I saw
Rock slapping the taste out of Cody's mouth was a hell of a moment.
Bitch slap that boy.
You know, Rock and Roman walking down the hallway and it looking like Roman is behind the Rock. Like the Rock is the head of Roman and Roman is just Rocky's little bitch.
Accurate.
Which I'm sure will get addressed in a promo at some point because how can it not?
Yes.
But I mean, you then rewind back to a week ago from yesterday where everybody was all in a tizzy over what happened on SmackDown and how it looked like Cody was giving up his spot and death threats were set out to Ava Rain because of what her daddy was doing, and she has absolutely jack shit fuck all to do with it.
Why she's making NXT better. Again, your NXT PLE is far better than WWE's lately. Continue.
And then you fast forward a week, and everything seems to write itself out. Was it the grand plan all along? or was it a pivot, a course correction? I don't care which it was.
Right.
I'm bucked up for the ride. Because to Aaron Riff's point, you've got Triple H with a great creative mind. You've got Paul Heyman with a great creative mind. You've got The Rock with a great creative mind. With The Rock comes Brian Gervitz, who's a great creative mind. Plus, you've got whoever else is already on WWE's creative team. It's like there's some great minds that are working this all. And we just need to ride this out. And the fact that we've got Noah, who a year and a half ago, could give a fuck all about WWE.
Accurate.
The fact that we got James, who legitimately walked away right after the purchase from TKO and Endeavor.
Yes. Yes.
Who's back interested in like, okay, there's something going on here that I at least need to half-ass pay attention to. Even if I'm not tuning in every single week, I at least need to be paying attention to the socials, watching the clips, see how the storyline develops, because something is happening here.
Never in my life have I looked at Raw and SmackDown highlights more on WWE on USA's YouTube channel.
For real, it's just, it's so good right now. And then you've got all the extracurricular stuff that's starting to boil over. You know, you've got Bailey and Io and how personal that is. You've got the people trying to qualify for the chamber, both for men and women's, to see who's going to get Seth and Rhea respectively at Mania. You know, maybe it's just me, and I know this is the least of our conversation, but I want Bronson Reed to beat Bobby Lashley on Monday.
Good call.
Because you think about it, Lashley, the Street Profits have got the feud going with Karrion Kross, the Final Testament and everything. Who's to say Final Testament can't cost Lashley the match? Then you've got
And
Big
he is from
Bronson Reed
Australia.
in the chamber in Australia. Thank you, Walter. Let me get to my point here. Yes, you get that moment for Bronson Reed in the chamber.
And you said,
And then we can build to Mania with Lashley and the Prophets versus the Final Testament.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
You know,
By the
again,
way,
that's the least of the conversation. We're not really here to discuss that part of it, but like I really want to get people's thoughts on what they thought of the press conference, what they thought of the fallout of the press conference. You know, Triple H coming out on SmackDown saying that certain people need to know their role, and it doesn't matter if they don't like his decision or not.
I was loving those digs Triple H did.
That was so damn brilliant.
No,
You know, the encounter with Triple H and Paul coming into his office, and I'll leave you alone this week, but I will be back next week with my tribal chief and The Rock.
Oh, the way he broke that down, too.
Yeah, I just feel like things are getting really interesting in a level that I haven't seen it be interesting since Punk cut the pipe bomb promo.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
I agree. I absolutely agree. But I've talked enough on the previous time. I wasn't led enough on the topic, so I'm just going to sit here for a moment and eat my cheesecake.
Stat Boy asked
Enjoy your
if he could go first on this one. So, Mikey, the floor is yours, good sir.
Congratulations, WWE Universe. Okay? You got what you wanted again. Your voices were heard. We want Cody. You got him. Okay? The particulars, you know, Rock slapping Cody, essentially possibly turning Rock heel. Okay, whatever. Cody dropping a BS bomb. Wow, that was a surprise. I did not see that coming from Cody. I didn't think that was going to happen, but he's pissed off, okay? We said last week that everyone was acting like children, they want their favorite toy, they got it, now they don't want to play with it. And then Rock's calling everybody wants Cody a crybaby. Okay. Now this is the fan part of me, okay? You're calling me a crybaby because I want to see a better match for a better dollar? No, thank you. I've been called a lot worse by a lot other people than a crybaby. Been there, done that.
I've called him worse.
Yes, you have. And for that, I love you, by the way. Thank you. But hey, if you know, you know. Family stories. Anyway, the fan in me right now is also saying Roman's had the belt long enough. I want Cody to finish the story. This is the fan in me, though. The reality of it is, it's the business. We don't know where they're going to go, because it's like if you pissed off the fans once, saying Rock Roman's going to go, Cody Seth is going to go, then the press conference happens. Do you really want to piss off the fans a second time, 2 years in a row, if they have Cody lose at WrestleMania? I don't think so. I would like to think that the executives at TKO or WWE, or however you want to call them, have some intelligence in those brains of them. Draw the money, draw the money. I get it. I almost want to say we're going on a year and a half, maybe even 2 years of finish the story. Finish the story, finish the story, finish the story. All right, finish the damn story already. I'm done with it. The morning of the press conference, before I went to work, Dory Lou and I briefly chatted. I said, Dory, I'm going to put together a press conference bingo card. If you hear the words, finish the story, you get an X in the upper corner.
Yeah.
Rock slapping Cody, I didn't see that one coming, so that's not on there. We want Cody chance. The stare down, that didn't happen. That didn't happen for a bit, So it overall, the press conference kind of dragged as well. I can also agree with you, JJ, about the ladies. Okay, Bianca came out. I get it. I like Bianca. Tennessee Vol Pride forever. But where is she going? She's going in the chamber. It almost seemed like they wanted to push the chamber, but we're supposed to be talking about the kickoff to WrestleMania. So I'm like,
the chamber don't mean jack shit.
Exactly.
But the chamber is the kickoff to WrestleMania. Basically.
Okay.
The road.
Rhea coming out. I love Rhea. Great talent. Great entrance. She's hot. She's mommy. I love Rhea. She's plugging chamber in Perth. Here comes Becky. Okay, I'll see you at WrestleMania, but first I have to go through the chamber.
Captain Obvious.
What?
Yeah,
Seth coming out. Introducing Cody. We get Roman instead. Genius. Did not see that one coming. I want to see more interaction between, and then everything happened. Swearing left and right. Swearing on WWE, like, okay, fine, swearing, get it, whatever. And then I hear Biggie. I was great to see Biggie and CM Punk, by the way. They were great as well. But Biggie's like, are we going to a tag match? Whoa, Danger Will Robinson, Danger Will Robinson. We've already had one probability of, this might happen. Let's not go there, okay? Would a tag match between Roman and Rock against Cody and Seth happen? Maybe. I don't see why not. But now the fan in me wants to see Rock cost Roman the belt at WrestleMania. I would love to see that happen. Unfortunately, the match is going to happen on night 2, not night 1. So, and then Rock can go back and do his other stuff. Overall, the press conference could have been done better, I think. It kind of dragged along. And then if there wasn't so much mumbling in the back and censorship, because Rock dropped a couple S-bombs that did not get censored on social media, maybe even on Peacock. But if it's on Peacock, then that's okay. I don't know the laws on that one. But I would have loved to heard whatever Roman had said or everything that may have gotten censored out. I wanted to know word for word what they all said. I also would have liked to seen a full graphic of the entire Bloodline family tree, statistic-wise. That'd be great to have too as on your wall. It could have been done better. Right now, I want to see Roman lose the belt. We still have 7 weeks left before WrestleMania. My opinion can change depending on where the story goes. It's still cooking, friends. The cooking line, that was genius by Cody. Tell you, I was waiting for CM Punk to throw out, stop him when he's telling lies.
Yeah, true,
accurate.
But overall, I think it could have done better, just a little bit better.
Okay, Datilla.
I really like the press conference. I think the Cody Roman Rock segment was really well done. And, I really like the fact that The Rock leaned into being a heel. I love that he embraced that holiday. And that started way before the press conference. If you heard what he said on the Pat McAfee show, he was just leaning into it. Thank God he went heel, because I feel like this wouldn't have been as epic if The Rock was the face. It was epic because he went heel and he embraced the Hollywood Rock persona. I'm really looking forward to Cody versus Roman. I hope Cody needs to finish the story. He needs to take the butt off of Roman. I'm over Roman being champion. So I don't want Roman Reigns to be champion anymore. So, and do I think this was a work, to answer Arlene's question? I think that everything that happened prior wasn't a work, but I think this was a work. I think this was them leaning into a work. But it was a really, I personally liked it. I liked fantastic. Do you think the press was a work like I do, or was it not planned? The press conference certainly was a work, but everything that happened with Cody and The Rock on SmackDown, I don't think that was a work. I think that was planned, and I think if it wasn't for the fan, I honestly think that if it wasn't for the fan backlash and the way everybody reacted, we would not have gotten what we got on that press conference. I think that they were simply going to announce Rock versus Roman, Cody versus Seth, and be done with it. This would not have happened had it not been for the fan backlash.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's fair. So, I'm going to just go around the room on this one, James.
Ty. Sorry.
Go ahead, Walter.
Yeah, if you want to catch my what I thought of at the moment, cheap plug, you can watch on my Rage of Wrestling YouTube. I did a watch along live while that presser was going, so you can see my live review reactions to it.
See this.
But make sure you and subscribe, people, to his YouTube channel. Don't just watch the video. Like and subscribe.
Yeah, like and subscribe. Start plugging that, man. Plug it away. Come on.
Thanks. But yeah, no, I love where they went. And I don't know. When I saw that bloodline, that tree thing, I just thought that would make an awesome tattoo for for all those Samoans to have. Just across your back, that tree on all the Samoans' back, that would be an awesome tattoo. And I'm not a tattoo guy. Damn, that graphic was kind of cool, and to see that was just awesome to me. Cody was the slap heard around the world, and I like that they did the cussing and they edited some. I saw it on Peacock. The shits came through, like 3 or 4 of them. And then for those of you that don't know what Rock said backstage and didn't see it uncensored, he told Triple H, "You need to fix this shit because if have him mention my family again, you mention my family again, I'll fucking knock his teeth out of his mouth, or I'll slap the teeth out of his fucking mouth." That's what what The Rock said back there.
Damn.
Yeah.
And then Roman said, "You're lucky we're even here," and then Triple H said, "Yeah, you're lucky too."
Yeah, dude. It was so good.
And the fact that, what is this, 1996? Rock is a heel again. 98, Triple H and Rock are having a rivalry. Like, it's crazy how this all comes full circle with Triple H involved in it. And
Exactly.
I'm loving that they go. I'm loving that they in it. I'll tell you what, I'm in the back seat with my seatbelt and going along for this ride. I told people be patient. I kept calling it, just be patient, let it cook. Your daughter said, let things cook. You just gotta just sit, wait, and enjoy it. You don't need to rush the judgment and jump down people's throats. I knew they were gonna do something, and I love that Rock leaned into that whole character. Who knows? This may lead to that The Rock and Cody were in cahoots this whole time to get the title off of Roman, and it just looks like they were. Him and Roman are together when they're really not. And
yeah,
then
starting up from 41, yeah.
Yeah, and look at all the little digs Rock did. He basically spouted out Cody's lyrics to his song, and I love that they had Cody come out without his music. That made it all look real. Finally, they did something. He came out without his music. He said, "Whoa, whoa, 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 hold on." Tapped the mic. He said, "This is straight bullshit." Like, it made it look completely real. Like, if his music hit at that point, it kind of would have lost momentum. Like, I love that they did that. Cody came out without his music and interrupted everything. It was like, I choose Roman. So all of that is just awesome. And let's just see what fork this road takes. And I can't wait. This is my first WrestleMania. I'm going live. I'm so hyped that they did all this. I can't wait. And it's almost like Elimination Chamber is taking a back seat. I just want to skip and get to WrestleMania. Like, screw the Chamber. Like, who gives a damn? Basically, the Chamber is just to see who the hell's facing Seth, which I'll put it out there right now. It's probably going to be Drew, the way the momentum is.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
Quick
Is
question.
staying up for Elimination Chamber?
Yeah.
No.
I'm not.
No,
we're going to do 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern is going to be the call here on the Multiverse of Media. I'm going to get sleep.
I don't hold Elimination Chamber up to the same regard as New Japan Pro Wrestling. Pass.
I'm just used to staying up late, so I might catch the beginning of it, but we'll see.
Yeah. To the point that Dattila and Walter made about Rocky going ahead and going heel, I loved the silence from him when he first came to the stage.
Yeah.
He was listening to the crowd. He was feeling everything out because, he came out there with one route in mind. And listening to the crowd, you kind of get the impression that he decided to course correct his own issues and go full-blown heel by gauging what the crowd was giving him.
And the pacing, leaning into the whats and everything, it was just beautiful.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mikey. You were going to say something, and then we'll go up to Noah.
With what happened on SmackDown with Triple H calling out Rock and everything, and with Rock and Roman coming to SmackDown next week, I am a little concerned for Triple H. I don't see them getting physical because I don't think Triple H can get physical anymore since his last medical scare. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to do anything too physical. I think Triple H is at the point where, like, he could go out there, give somebody a pedigree, and that be it. But he can't wrestle a full-blown match. He can kind of come out there like Austin used to do when he was the sheriff, give a stunner, and just be done with it because he wasn't taking any real bump. Triple H could come out there. No.
Damn.
I mean, he probably could, but you don't want to do too much after having heart attacks and everything. Like, you don't want to get too riled up there. So that's why I say, like, if he were to come out there kick somebody in the gut, hook them up for the pedigree, drop them. Probably about the extent of what he could do.
Okay.
Go ahead, Walter.
I just want to add that I would avoid that if I was them. Triple H, avoid all physical contact, not only because of risk, but it's just because, damn it, then we're all gonna want him to have one more match, or want him to do that
That's
physical, and
fair.
then we can't have it. So I would just completely avoid it.
That's fair. Go ahead, Noah.
I mean, I'm not usually the guy to talk about this type of stuff, so this is weird because when was the last time I gave fuck all about WWE?
WrestleMania last year, thinking that Cody was going to beat Roman.
Maybe that moment, but then after that, I was like, fuck this company. And your NXT was better after No Mercy and still seems better. But now, arguably, my interest in NXT and my interest in WWE might be on equal footing. So, yeah, I don't know what to perceive right now. Work, shoot, blur the lines, storytelling, The last time I saw Robert Triple H face to face was like subtle teases, and they were backstage when Triple H was just a guy part of a fort, and The Rock just showed up, and they were like, I just got one question. Why are we staring at each other like this? And that was like years ago. Talking about, how about you pick up the bill, you cheap bastard. So it's crazy to see both these men in their capacity of power and authority right now, and still bringing that subtle drawback to their old rivalry, while the focus should actually be Roman and Cody. It's like they're playing a back row to even bigger corporate espionage here that might be right before our eyes. And yeah, I would say Roman is The Rock's bitch right now. And again, I don't care bringing a child, teenager's heart. At the end of the day, Cody needs to finish the story, and Roman Reigns needs to drop that fucking title. Maybe this is The Rock's way of getting Roman more to Hollywood. I don't freaking know. It's crazy, though, to think about what I perceived in the highlight. Because again, I watched highlights like, okay, wow, this actually might be something to buy myself into. But going on the topic itself, just that was like my little prologue. First off, God bless it. Respect your women's division more. I know WWE is branding, marketing, but Bianca Belair didn't have a can of C4 in her hand, and I don't give jack shit about a reality show. All right? Seriously. God. The fucking other Royal Rumble winner wasn't even there promoting her match, and you're trying to actually get more in the Japanese market. You can't even promote Io Sky. Yeah, brilliant job, WWE. Why the fuck should I care about Bayley versus Io Sky right now? Anyway, that's a whole different thing. But also, let's be honest, the only reason people cared about Rhea Ripley and Becky Lynch on the stage because people were writing fanfics of Becky Lynch on top of Mommy and Mommy being on the bottom after what Becky said. Tell me if I'm telling lies. Tell me if I'm telling lies.
No, I can confirm you're not.
Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's so weird looking at this dynamic right now that's blurring the line between corporate internal hostility liquidation to the point you think Triple H might get eliminated like Rosie Ogawa by The Rock because The Rock's his boss, The Rock's on the board technically, versus trying to add more to Cody facing hot times and finally finishing his story. It doesn't get harder for a man to actually accomplish the biggest thing possible in the name of legacy for his family than beating the freaking bloodline that might be a bigger authority figure than Triple H at this point. So it's really crazy to see that. And I agree, Chris. Like I said, put some fucking respect on Bayley's name. Bayley hasn't had a fucking WrestleMania moment since 33. God, how much longer are you going to treat her like an afterthought? For fuck's sake. Anyway, sorry, not sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. It's just one of those things that finds baffling. Even with Triple H at the helm, the women's division is still so damn fucking underwhelming. I'm sure we'll get another women's showcase match for random tag teams. Whoopie-doo. It's just one of those things right now where I think I said this verbatim on ATW. I love what they did with SmackDown into the press conference, into this SmackDown, into what's elevated to the next SmackDown. But if Cody doesn't fuck the line, finish the story. If Cody doesn't win at WrestleMania and take the title off Roman, God damn, how much longer do I gotta go with this never-ending story worse than the freaking repetitive song from the damn fucking movie? Seriously.
Hey, that song was epic, though.
Hindsight 2020, and I'm not singing that anytime soon.
Maybe it's a Harry Potter sized book. It takes a while to finish the story.
I can't take 7 years of Cody's story.
Harry Potter series fucking finished before Cody Rhodes could finish his fucking story at this rate, and that's 7 damn books. Anyway,
books.
Noah, did you just say NXT was better? I was like,
The only thing I'll say right now, you want me to put on the spot? Fine. The only thing I can give a fuck all about NXT is the fucking TikTok reject group and the Harris Cup that should be retired and the fucking cheap ass example of an accredited university that's not accredited at all. Anyway.
I was like, did I hear that correctly? Like, he said NXT was better?
Hey, I earned a scholarship to that university.
It'll still never be his NXT, but he has acknowledged the fact that my NXT has grown by leaps and bounds over the past 12 months.
Mm-hmm. And why should I give a fuck about any other woman at this point besides Becky Lynch? I mean, fuck, there's no other person on Raw right now that can hold a candle to Rhea Ripley. Nia Jax versus Rhea Ripley. Yeah, that'll put butts in seats. How long does it take for Rhea Ripley to hoist that person into a freaking riptide on her own accord if she actually works along with it? Do y'all remember what happened at the Royal Rumble? Just saying. But hey, kudos to her. Maybe she'll actually have the main event in her hometown. Maybe that's her WrestleMania. But it's just weird looking at right now the way they did this press thing. At the end of the day, it was about one thing. Rock bitch slap Cody. It's the Anali family versus WWE. That's what this is. That's what WrestleMania is. It's not Cody Rhodes finishing the story. It's can anything beat the fucking Anali family at this point? Because The Rock right now has made Roman his bitch, which I kind of appreciate. And it's one of those things right now where I almost wonder if The Rock's going to influence that decision on his own accord. Because I think at the end of the day, WWE is a business. WWE is all about doing what's best for business, not what's best for the fans. Call it what you will. It is what it is. Is The Rock going to let Cody be the guy to beat Roman Reigns, hold that title, and try and be the face of this company for a duration less than 1,200 days? I don't know if I can buy into that, but I like the fact I have this suspension of disbelief in seeing that more is coming into play here. And who said that? Oh, Roman and Rock, or excuse me, botch, friggin' Roman and Cody is the main event night too. You saw the graphic, right? It said both days of WrestleMania. He said the main event. Last time I checked WrestleMania being 2 days, there are 2 main events. And they've already cascaded the Fiora Rocha big gold 2.0 belt worn by Seth freaking Rollins worth less than a damn at the press conference. So at this point, is even Seth worthy of being the main event of either night? They might literally have freaking Roman do double time. So it's weird having this suspension of disbelief right now with Cody versus Roman that I don't know which way it's going, but I still hope to have that finality of Roman no longer being champion and the WWE not held hostage by some over-glorified, overrated, wannabe Hollywood part-timer anti-professional wrestler. But I will say I am for this ride. I'm into it. I haven't cared about WrestleMania this much since 19, and arguably this road, WWE and NXT might be on the same music for me. But I will say this right now. Suddenly, I'm looking more forward to Stand and Deliver than I am for WrestleMania because I still fear they won't let Cody finish his story. So we'll see. But I'm for it so far. You have me in the passenger seat.
Noah, what do you think will happen first? Cody will finish his story, or the Hobbits will reach Mountain Doom and dispose of the ring?
The Hobbits.
I'm taking my athletes. If we're going to talk about that, I'm out.
Here's the first movie.
No.
And here's the second movie.
And here's the
You ready for the third movie?
No.
Yeah, you might as well be ready. You know Hollywood.
All right, James, go ahead, good sir. I know you've been patiently waiting to speak on this.
Hey, it'll still be shorter and more interesting than the Fast and Furious franchise.
I was gonna say
that's debatable.
An idea for Death Battle over at over there. You could have them do Minions versus Hobbits. It'll be great.
Just bring back Celebrity Death Match. It actually will probably be more worthwhile.
That's debatable, Noah, because I fell asleep during Fellowship of the Ring in theaters, and I actually stayed awake during the Fast and the Furious franchise.
But it's easier to stay awake for a car exploding than a bunch of small people walking through a pointless plane trying to find their way.
Well, here's the thing, though.
Buy the
At least midgets will have good cardio. I mean, you deal with tall fighters. Data 5000 ring any bells? Anybody? I mean, he gassed out in like fucking 10 minutes. I was just saying.
All right. Back to the topic, James.
Yes.
Speaking positively about WWE. Everyone has got their popcorn, their tasty beverages. They've gone to the bathroom. They are looking forward to this. Go ahead.
This is crazy. This is truly a year where anything is possible, folks. James is about to be positive about WWE. What the fuck?
So real quick, I do also want to. I am going to throw a jab at there, to specific people. Hey, selfish promoters and children who think they're elite. This is how you do a work shoot and do business.
Yeah, I wonder who he's referring to.
It's up to the imagination.
There's a couple of weak. There's a couple of weak dick bitches I could figure that need to be punched in the face. But what do I know?
You were talking about GTA rejects. I think he's talking about the wannabe Miami Vice Coke dealers.
Yeah.
That's an insult to Coke dealers in Miami.
Tony Montana would smack the shit out of them.
Oh, no, he just used the giant machine gun with the grenade launcher. Come on.
Hey, what my little friend? Anyway.
Okay.
That's actually really good. Damn. Okay, so in all seriousness with this press conference, I mean, I'm going to just say this right out of the gate because everybody wants to hear my thoughts. It was fucking brilliant. Brilliant. The reason I say this is that every reason why Statboy Mike said it could be better. I disagree. You try to overproduce, it doesn't feel authentic and real. This felt gritty. This felt raw. This felt real. This felt like it was a legitimate issue playing out on screen, and they did it in such a way where it was cinema. Well, no-brainer when you consider the 4 people that were involved in the scuffle, pretty much, and then you add Triple H into the freaking mix there. Man, everything about this was so well orchestrated. I can't even begin to tell you. The thing with everybody just there, and then you have Seth is the host and immediately treated as an afterthought. By the way, I disagree with Drew now. I think Drew, they may have to have something else for him to do. I think he might be fighting The Rock for the world title night 1. Genuinely.
What?
I think that's the direction they're going to. Because keep in mind, who was Rock arguing with last? It was Seth, not Cody. Seth got up in his face after he slapped Cody. And for Seth to be sticking up for Cody, you really had to have screwed up. So
that's fair. I didn't even think about that, actually. That's a good point.
It's a really cool thing that they did with this last bit of the press conference. Yes, everything else suffered, but the card is going to fall in line anyway. You got the eyes on the card now. Now everything else is just going to fall into place as the weeks go on, which, by the way, is how you're supposed to book your fucking cards anyway. So, yeah, it was really good. Everything about it was tremendous. The Rock was on form. Roman on form. Cody had the promo of a fucking lifetime. I mean, what good is it of who's the head of the table when neither one of you have done any of the cooking for the last 2 years, dude? That was I didn't
expect Cody to go that far. Damn.
That was a bar. That was a bar if I had ever heard one, bro. That would talk to me.
It was bars both days, honestly, to your point. Like I said, these promos, hey, guys, newsflash, WWE is scripted. Did any of these promos these last couple of days on Thursday and Friday from Triple H and Cody kind of feel unscripted to you?
It was so raw and real, every single one. That's what's beautiful about it. I mean, we know how good Roman is on the mic anyway. We know how good The Rock is on the mic anyway. Neither one of them need a script. Cody didn't need a script.
everybody played their part perfectly. The whole thing sung. I mean, think of the four minds you have that are probably booking this thing, and they were all in this segment. Triple H, The Rock, Roman. I also got to include Paul Heyman and Cody. I mean, you can't get any better of a work shoot team if you tried. I mean, especially, you want to talk about work shoot, son of a work shoot. He ain't just a son of a plumber. I mean, hello. So it's, oh my God, you have to watch it for yourself. I think we've gone over the one-liners, but you, honest to God, have to go see this for yourself. It is tremendous what they did. I was taken aback because I had no idea this even happened until the day after it aired. And I went back and watched it after I heard Cody said, I'm picking Roman. And I saw what they did, how they got to that point. And it was like cinema, but IRL, like, felt like combat sports. It was the perfect mix of sports entertainment meets pro wrestling, and it felt like a shoot. It felt like a shoot.
That's the word.
Legitimately.
That's the word.
It felt like a legitimate shoot. We're talking like McGregor-style press conferences, like him and Nate Diaz level style shooting, right? And, like, where they did not like each other, but they, once they fought each other, they got it out of their system, whatever. But, like, that
punch people in the face.
They did gangbusters, right? This is the gangbusters here for WWE. The last moment towards the end where The Rock literally dropped the F-bomb. And you faintly heard it. You faintly heard it on the edited version. Oh my gosh.
Jackie Redmond's reaction. Backstage commentator with a personality.
It was so damn good. Oh, and by the way, props to CM Punk for furthering it further.
As he does.
The whole, where the hell were y'all in 2013? And if I was The Rock, I'd slap him right back. I think Cody's too much of a diplomat, going back to the shit he did back in AEW. Like, just, my God. It's just, everybody played their part so well. And even Rollins, man, like, he wasn't on the mic for a lot of this shit. But Rollins went and did what Rollins does. He saw disrespect. He hated his boy getting hit, even though he's an enemy of his, and he got pissed. And you don't just come in. I don't care if you're a CEO. You don't just get to do what you want. And he's like, we'll do whatever the hell we want, and we'll kick your monkey ass while we do it. It's so good, dude. And that's why I say I think it's Rollins and Rock for the world title night one main event. I think from there it's going to be Cody versus Roman, and that's where I think they're going to do it. Either that or they do a tag team match for the night one, and then they open night two with The Rock versus Rollins. Could go that way as well.
I just think it would be overkill, though, to have all four of these men that were involved in this work double duty for WrestleMania. I'm just saying. Yep, but that's why there's two nights.
Now, if they're going to do the tag match, I think they're going to do it at the Chamber.
Mm-hmm. I can see that.
The people of Australia wanted The Rock to be part of the Chamber show, and this is how they get it in there.
Oh, my God.
Punk was originally supposed to be part of the Chamber. With his injury, he can't, so you bring Roman in to fill the Punk void, essentially.
Yes.
And then you've got that match at the Chamber.
Can we just get Punk on SmackDown commentary, because they literally need somebody right now to really pick things up?
Yes. Just throwing it out there, though. What was the main event of the first WrestleMania?
A tag match.
A tag match.
He's not wrong. And by the way, that one's main event was also what?
Tag title match.
Mm-hmm. Just saying. Very real possibility that could happen. But
I don't know about The Rock and Roman being there at 8 a.m. over here.
They got a private jet. They'll be fine. They'll open the show and they'll be like, okay,
trust me. The Rock,
He's done Hollywood. He's used to fucking jet lag.
This is fair.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. So, yeah. All in all, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It was 10 out of 10. Would watch
The
again.
Sean Spears perfect 10.
Yeah,
Dude, it was-
and yeah, I mean, literally, I think we all said it again. This is the most interesting, non-linear, incredibly polarized WrestleMania hype we've gotten probably since 19. This is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, dude, I'm watching Mania. I'm watching both nights because of this fucking press conference.
I can't wait to call this shit with JJ. I honestly
They hooked me in. I'm not even kidding you, dead ass. Like they did it. They did it perfectly, and you knew that we are far gone with the Vinceisms of old WWE when you saw that press conference, full on, like dead ass. It was tremendous. I would love to see this momentum continue, and from the sounds of it, it sounds like it's going to be because. I think when The Rock came in, they literally talked about they're going to take their product in a more sports-oriented direction. By the way, who's going back to their sports-oriented direction as well? AEW. Goes back to my point that I said in the beginning of the podcast. We're going to look back at this podcast of the year and shit's about to fucking go crazy.
Let me just make sure I got my reminder set. February 11th, 2025. Review wrestling industry. Okay.
Just saying.
I'm all for it. Again, this might be the most interesting year yet in the industry's history, and everything's changing. And so far, I'm just ready to see what happens. And again, at this point, you talk about the press conference. Again, that was the kickoff. This thing is still building. You talk about cooking. We simmered it. We preheated it. Now we're going to boil it to the point that you might get a fire. You saw what Triple H did on SmackDown. Now Roman and The Rock are going to respond, and we're going to truly see who has the authority role soon enough.
Triple H is freaking Walter White, and The Rock is his assistant. Rocky, we have to cook. We have to cook.
Damn it.
And The Rock.
And we still got Monday to get Seth's side of things. We still got Monday to get through.
That's true. Because Seth, of course, we haven't heard high nor tail of him at all in any capacity since that press conference. So you know he's going to have to respond, and I'm sure he's going to have a lot to say. Is he going to disparage Cody? Is he going to call out The Rock? Is he going to try and throw out a strike against being the champion of this title because he feels so disrespected that he do a walk-off?
Yeah, and that's another thing, too. The biggest thing with this whole press conference to me is how this can go in different directions, but it could be good for everybody involved. That's the big thing.
And the biggest payday of their lives.
Yes. Big time. I mean, Mania 40, it's the 40th anniversary, and it's a whole new WWE now. I mean, holy shit. You know?
Well, it's fully now produced, ran, authoritated, and guided by Triple H. Point blank simple. There's nobody else.
Triple H with the guidance and help of Rocky, and I'm sure Ari Emanuel has a say in some of that as well. But they got a good team. They got a very good team.
Keyword is team.
Yes.
Ding.
That's a hell of a team to have.
Not to mention the wrestling minds ... that are part of the writing and producing, including but not limited to Adam Pearce, Nick Aldis, Bobby Roode, Petey Williams, Michael P.S. Hayes. Shall I fucking continue?
Yeah, and by the way as well, you knew something was up when the Rocky didn't say a damn word about his daughter getting threatened on social media. It's almost like they planned. I'm convinced that because he never said a word about that, that was planned on purpose. They knew what the hell they were going with.
We're talking about The Rock here, only the biggest paid actor in the world right now. I'm just saying, keyword actor.
And also went through this bullshit in 96, 97, and then he turned it around himself. So he knows the game. He's an old school promoter. He knows how this shit go.
And how to play it.
Oh, yeah. Fuck. So does, Triple H, the game. Haha.
All right. It's going to about wrap that up. We're going to run the Friends of the Multiverse trailer very quickly so that all the people still watching can know where they can find us, follow us, and all of our affiliates across the different platforms. When we come back, we'll begin shills and all that good junk. So we'll be back in just a moment.
They're my friend.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
And we are back.
Hey.
Stat Boy, you did put in the chat that you need to dip out.
Yep.
But before you do, I believe you've got something very, very important that's going on tomorrow that you need to plug. Is that correct?
You know it. Tomorrow is the big day. It's Super Bowl Sunday, and it's not only the closing of the chapter of the 2023-2024 NFL season, it is opening a new chapter in Statboy Sports Bar and the multiverse of media as we delve into the watch-along waters of professional sports with our first watch-along of Super Bowl 50, 40, 50, 50, whatever number it is. I'm so excited. I tried not to botch the entire episode. It just didn't happen as the 49ers take on the Chiefs. Kickoff is at 6:30. We are 6:30 Eastern, 3:30 Pacific. We are going to go live at 6 o'clock for the pre-show. That will give everybody a chance who wants to attempt to sync up with my feed, because my feed will be the official feed that I will be calling the play-by-play by.
Yeah.
Will give us that, and we'll get all the pregame stuff taken care of. And I've worked on this. I've been rehearsing. I've been practicing. I'm going to do this right. I want to see everybody there across the multiverse. Noah Foster, you are part of the inspiration for this. I learned from the best. I want to be like you when I grow up. And
you realize you're older than him, right?
I was about to say, wait a minute.
Like, by a lot.
What?
Well,
Hey,
if I had half of his talent, I'd be a quarter of the way lost with it.
Now he's trying to do Steiner math.
Yeah.
Well,
if John Cena could be Artude's childhood hero, Noah could be that boy's childhood hero.
I was about to say, I'm like, what the heck? We had a time.
I'm giving the birthday boy one last thank you for his birthday, because again, watching him inspires me to want to do this, and who knows where it's going to go in the future. It can go anywhere. It could be on the Raw Ball podcast. It could be continuing on here. Who knows? I could even start this out on my own. I have no idea where it wants to go, just as long as I enjoy professional sports. Damn it.
Damn it.
There you go.
Nice. Stay days in Los Angeles. You didn't hear that from me. I love you all, family. Stat Boy out until tomorrow.
Yeah.
Bye.
There you go. Walter, by the way, botch 58. LVIII. Come on. Am I the only one here that knows how to read Roman numerals? Of course.
I can read Roman numerals too.
I'm the only one that doesn't believe in Steiner math, because I actually know how to do math.
Hey,
JJ's the only one that doesn't believe in Joe Henry.
Listen, Steiner did know how to do math. He was just wrong about the math he was doing. He added instead of
Simon was doing Common
No,
Core.
divided. I think it was divided.
No, he was confusing the 49ers, and he went 49 better. That's what he was doing.
The 49.
He was
modern
thinking too far ahead of himself.
I don't know about that. It was better that they were called the 49ers instead of the 69ers. If you get what I mean.
God.
There's my one for them. There you go.
You had to go there.
And this is why we failed. Damn it! I didn't even mean for that to go up. I just literally was talking about the fact. This is why we always go so much longer than needed, because of this madness. All the madness. It's not even March Madness.
But Noah, let me ask you this: would you have it any other way?
I don't know at this point.
No. I was to say, wouldn't it be failed? That is why you, because that's how Yoda talks, Master Yoda.
Yoda
No.
talking correct sentence.
That's actually the quote. That is why you fail.
That is why I don't fail. Do
after,
I not?
After he lifts the X-Wing out of the swamp and drops it down, Luke's like, I don't believe it.
That 69 joke. Laughter. It
I gotta
costs.
rewatch. Episode 6.
I'm never watching that franchise. I don't watch movies.
I know, Noah. All you watch is professional wrestling. Damn it!
Damn it!
You just did a Scarface quote earlier. How do you
I was about to say he did a
I find
Scarface.
it hard to believe that Noah has never watched the original Star Wars trilogy.
I haven't.
Like,
The longest
for
movie
real.
I've watched to date, literally, I think, is either that new Avatar back in high school as part of a honor roll reward thing, or is Scarface longer than that? Someone could probably timestamp those. But yeah, I still hold Scarface one of my all-time favorite movies and video games, but that was a while back, guys.
I watched Sonic.
Speaking of Star Wars, isn't the prequel trilogy celebrating 25 years? I saw like Empire
I
magazine
think
cover.
so. Yeah. The original one, Phantom Menace, was 99, so that would have been 25 years ago this year.
Great. Some stuff really does age.
25 years of Jar Jar Binks.
I don't like episode 2.
99,
Episode 2 is my least
25
favorite.
years ago, that's crazy.
Wait, let's see. 1999. I was 7 years old.
My niece was
I
born
was
in
6.
99.
No, I was
yeah.
7.
Good thing Jeff's not here. I think I just made his spine curve virtually.
Yeah.
For real. All right, let's start to get through some of these shills here.
Yes.
We saw him in the chat room a little bit earlier. Make sure you follow the Cleveland combatant Josh Mansfield at Walking Hymnal on Twitter, at MallowMangram on Instagram. Make sure you follow and subscribe to Datilla. She only needs 23 subscribers to hit 1,000. There are 26 people watching us right now. Out of you 26 people, if you are not currently subscribed to Rangers of Wrestling, go subscribe to her channel, because if she gets to 1,000, she will begin to cover NXT PLEs and television specials on a monthly basis.
Oh
Yes.
my.
Yes.
Yes. It may have been an inconvenience for her to watch it every week, but she acknowledged, much like you do, Noah, that it wasn't as bad as she thought it was going to be going in.
There
It's
you
just
go.
convenience to watch it on a regular basis. So
I-
she said that if she gets 1,000 subscribers, she'll start covering the pay-per-views and the TV specials.
Can I add something, JJ?
Please do.
Roadblock is March 5th, right?
Yes.
So in order for me, if anybody wants me to review Roadblock, I have to have 1,000 subscribers by Monday, March 4th. If I don't have 1,000 subscribers by Monday, March 4th, I'm not reviewing Roadblock.
Yeah.
And JJ's back gets to rest even longer.
I'm just gonna say this for the record. I might whoop that trick at Stand and Deliver. I'm just saying, because I'm really getting into this program.
Right? Okay. Hopefully we'll start to see your numbers go up now that we've put that heavy push on it again. Last week we did that and you went up like 5 subscribers.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
I'm
Walter.
glad to- Oh.
Yes.
It's your
Go ahead, Walter.
it's your promo time, bro.
She went with the guy.
Yeah,
She went like the guy from
Oh,
the
she wanted to
Simpsons.
say something, so I didn't want to
Just
interrupt.
go. It's okay.
It's like,
Go ahead.
yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Oh,
Much
Lord.
did I? All right, Walter. Let's go.
But you did.
On Twitter, at Walter Alex Cruz, the Cow Farm, the Instagram, and also please subscribe and like the videos of Rage of Wrestling. My live reaction to that presser is on there live now. Also, February 17th, which is next Saturday, got to watch along the UFC 298 for Volkanovski's fight. So we can tune into that as well. And that's it for me.
There you go.
All right.
I did upload the graphic. It was just way down there. There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
You know, a lot of 100 things. This type of thing happens.
Oh my God.
Exactly.
So that is next Saturday. So Walter will probably be joining us late for open mic night next week, if at all, because he will be doing the watch along for that.
Yes, yes.
Go back up. I am next.
Yes.
Make sure you follow me on Instagram, the Renegade JJ Williams, on Twitter, ROWJJ Williams, on YouTube, Casa D18 Studios. Thank you to everybody that is watching right now. As once again, we have somebody watching on each of the 8 platforms that we're currently streaming on.
Yes.
We thank you for that very much. Make sure you join the members only section of the Casa D18 Studios channel, where Noah and I call retro matches, retro pay-per-views, all kinds of good stuff for you guys exclusively in the members only section, only $5 a month.
All the wrestling.
We've been talking about doing Backlash 04 20th anniversary this year, doing the Randy Orton Mick Foley match from that. This May, on a more somber side of things, will be 25 years since we lost Owen Hart. We're talking about doing the entire Over the Edge pay-per-view and calling that, possibly even doing Raw is Owen as well. Something that would be kind of interesting to go back and revisit. And, you know, pay attention to that type of stuff. Give the respect it deserves.
Yeah.
We're also talking about doing Punk versus Joe, the ROH trilogy, for our Christmas present to y'all this year.
Yes.
Much like we did Flair Steamboat last year. So even though the content hasn't been going up as frequently in the members only section, we are looking at doing a lot of cool stuff. Make sure you guys also tune in every morning, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern, for my daily review show, For the Love of Wrestling. Mondays, I cover the weekend programs, SmackDown, Rampage, and Collision. Tuesday is Raw. Wednesday is NXT, Explosion, and NWA Power.
Oh my
Thursday is Dynamite. Friday is Impact. That's right. I have taken a page out of Noah's playbook, and it's all the wrestling, all the wrestling, all the wrestling.
Damn it.
On For the Love of Wrestling. Me and Jeff also implore you guys to go back on the archives, on the Casa D18 Studios channel, on the Jeff Meacham Network. Watch the top 10 Beatles songs show that we did yesterday with my dad, celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Beatles' inaugural appearance on the Ed Sullivan Show.
And Ringo Starr was there at the time.
I
too.
love your dad's perspective of it, man. I really like that show, JJ.
Thank you. Greatly appreciate that, you know.
Got Day Tripper.
No,
stuck in my mind.
Arlene, that's a bad Arlene.
Yes. Fine.
What do
the
you
dog
care?
next-
You don't like Chase U anyways, Noah.
That means she might leave Chase U and go somewhere on her own accord. Find herself.
Something dark side.
Exactly.
Hashtag calendars.
Stupid counter.
We heard him talk about it just a couple moments ago, but if you guys are professional sports fans, if you guys are going to be watching the Super Bowl, join Stat Boy, the Stat Girl Dory Lou, some of the other people from the sports bar as they do the first ever pro sports watch along across the multiverse of media. This will be going across Greg's channel. This will be going across Noah's channel,
Happy to help a friend.
James's channel, my channel, Jeff's channel. Pretty much everybody associated with the multiverse is going to be broadcasting this on their platform as a way to try to help Statboy Mike reach an audience, because if we get decent ratings, we will look to do stuff like the World Series, the NBA Final, the Stanley Cup Finals, Indy 500, Wimbledon, you name it. If it is a major pro sports event, Statboy and his team will look into covering it. But you guys have to show that you want it. You got to show up. You got to watch. You got to get the ratings up. You got to like the video. You got to share the video. You got to super chat. Show that you appreciate the hard work that the team is doing. Otherwise, it's going to be a one-hit wonder, a one and done.
Yeah, pretty much. It's the biggest game of the year, too. So it's the best launching pad. Super Bowl 58 with probably a far better halftime show than what Usher is going to bring you.
Of course, every Monday, 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern, Jeff is back in Q&A mode. Ask Jeff anything. Super chats, of course, will get the priority.
Mm-hmm.
He's got pinned posts across all of his platforms where you can submit questions to him on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram, and he will answer them. But if you want priority to your question, super chat, super chat, super chat. It's as simple as that. Thank you to everybody that super chatted here this evening. Speaking of your barkeeps, make sure you follow them on social medias. On Facebook, Dory Lou Hathaway and Mike Caldwell. On Twitter, at Hathaway Lou or LB StatKid 1977. On Instagram, Dory Lou and Statboy13. Make sure you show your love and support for the Greg Cherry brand on Twitter, on Instagram, on YouTube, on Facebook.
Yeah.
And tune in every Wednesday for the Greg Cherry Show. Wednesdays at 4 Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern. Perfect lead in to AEW Dynamite every Wednesday. Lots of good stuff. You can find Maddie Laws there traditionally. Big shout out to Maddie for coming on the show. If I'm being honest, I don't even know how he got the link, because I don't think he's in either of the group chats that I put the link in. So somebody would have had to share it with him. But regardless of how he got the link, we're glad he joined us, because definitely caught me off guard popping in with the mask.
That was so funny.
And between James and Maddie, man, chaos ensued.
No kidding.
Him and I need to do a podcast one day, bro, for real. Just us two. Maybe
Oh,
get
God.
a couple others. And
Everybody who listens to you two will probably be drunk off their ass.
Dude, Walter, you, me, and Maddie got to be on like some fuck shit on a podcast, bro. Just go absolutely wild.
Hell yeah.
That might get you to that party. It'll never end.
Yeah, for sure.
Los hijos de douchebags. The podcast.
Los hijos de douchebag.
I'll be the autistic douchebag.
Or what about los hijos de papi douchebag?
There we go.
There you go.
All right. In addition to Talk Wrestling, Jeff is on every Thursday, 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern, with Meech's Musings. Meech's Musings is traditionally the show for the week, kind of hyping everyone up for whatever we've got over the course of the weekend. But occasionally he does have some things that come up on Raw or Dynamite or TNA that he chooses to address over there. So you never know what the Meech will muse about.
Right.
James.
Oh, hold on. Hold on 1 second. You guys can follow me on Facebook and Twitter and YouTube. Facebook, James Hebert, and Twitter and YouTube at jhebertsad95. You'll notice I updated my channel banner. Shows that will be returning. Jay Hebert's side of things. What you were going to get this week, 2 episodes this week that I recorded months prior, but it's still kind of recent to what I wanted to talk about anyway, so it's not completely out of date anyway. And then obviously everything that's going on with the WrestleMania 40 press conference, all the drama surrounding that, everything we kind of talked about here. I'm going to be talking about a little bit more in detail there because I pre-recorded that before I realized I was going to be coming on here. So, might as well still release it.
Oh, there you go.
So, Jay Hebert's side of things coming back. Other than that, look out for the documentary, as I said, towards the end of the month. We're making really good progress on it. Just be on the lookout for that one. And I think that's everything so far. Other things, I'll wait to tease. We'll see what happens. But it's going to be a big year for Jay Hebert Studios. I'll just put it that way.
Cool. Looking forward to seeing you get back into producing some content, sir.
Yes.
Noah.
If people choose to engage with me, I also thank everybody for the wonderful, kind birthday wishes all across my social medias and here as well. Appreciate y'all always. Here's to 32. Let the fun continue. Find me if you choose on the Twitter and on YouTube, and then Foster1916 for all things wrestling. Shout out, of course, to my entire ATW family on Twitter and our social media platforms. We'll be doing another ATW view impromptu, probably around AEW Revolution, as is tradition, where it all started. We just did episode 50, led by our own Sienna Chanel. Please follow her on social medias. Cheers, my friend. And again, you could always find the Simple YouTube channel to keep up with prediction leagues, forums, updates. I will finally put out NXT some point tomorrow, I assure you. Apologies for the delay, but hey, priorities for passion. It's been a long work week. So stay tuned on my community tab to give your own simple assessment for all the biggest shows across all things wrestling and sports entertainment, as well as prediction leagues and updates on panels. As a manual tease, the next predicting will, of course, be double feature for a single week because we have not only TNA No Surrender, we also have in the same week, damn it, Elimination Chamber. I think TNA No Surrender will probably be literally after TNA Impact on the Thursday night, while the Elimination Chamber will be our usual 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time slot on that Friday night. And again, Arlene, you're always welcome. I welcome everybody as long as they have a kind, conscious, open mind. And if they're camera shy, I welcome their voice and I welcome their passion. Stay tuned more on that. As City predicting, we've only are just beginning when it comes to this year. And again, I'm literally just getting ready right now for New Beginning in New Japan, where, of course, we have the rematch of Brian Danielson versus Dexter Jr., the Bullet Club War Dogs Dog Pound, Will Ospreay's final match, 5-on-5, 10-man action. And, of course, Rainmaker Kazuchika Okada's second to last match in New Japan Pro Wrestling, but his last ever singles encounter with the ace of New Japan, Hiroshi Tanahashi, and that's literally less than 15 minutes away. But why do I always do all this crazy madness, all this crazy stuff, all the freaking wrestling, all the calls, and endure all the shenanigans you all put me through? It is because whether I am 31, 32, or whatever age I am fortunate enough to see to, I always forever will be nothing more but a simple man and a lifelong fan of, what's the words I'm looking for? Oh, yeah. Professional wrestling! Damn it! Thank you, Datzilla. We're only wish to encourage all of you. As always, there are no winners, there are no losers, there are no betters. Just fans with opinions with this passion we all share. So at the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too. Treasure your families, no matter how crazy or annoying and somewhat chaotic they may be. And just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. It's as simple as that. Again, Arlene, Sydney predicting for our Elimination Chamber, and Jeff, I'm sure, will make the thumbnail official. If not, my color analyst will. Sydney predicting Elimination Chamber is now officially February 23rd, one day before, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That Friday night, all are welcome to join. It's as simple as that.
Sir, I think that's going to be an issue because you're going to be busy
at
8 o'clock Eastern Time.
That's going to be 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sorry, folks. It is what it is. That week. Fuck me. I totally forgot. No Surrenders Friday night. Oh, fuck. Okay. So, tentatively speaking, time stuff. Yep, that's a botch on me. Hey, I meant to grab
How could you forget about TNA?
The days confuse me. Saturday, Friday, Sunday. Don't know which day.
I'm in shock, Noah, that you
I
forgot.
have to track every damn show of professional wrestling to watch and keep up with. You can cut me a little slack, my NOLA partner.
It's
Why I
sometime
only
that
know
ends in
you
day.
for reviewing
Okay,
and watching
okay.
and engaging with you and TNA while you plan on going back to Rebellion. Don't you get on my case.
Okay.
I know
think
I
maybe
know it sounds a little no DQ-esque, but would you think about maybe doing it on Tuesday that week at 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 Pacific? Because if we're being real, they're probably not going to make a match on the SmackDown Go Home.
Yeah, I'm absolutely flexible to do that. You know me. So, tentatively speaking, yeah, let's go.
Just
let's
because
go
I know if we do it at 5 Eastern, 2 Pacific, I won't be able to do it.
Gotcha.
Because I've
So
got to
that-
pick the
yeah.
kids up.
Tentatively speaking, February 20th, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's a Tuesday night at this point. Stay tuned for more on that. And then again, hey, Tatilla, maybe you and I actually will do a sleepy thing for No Surrender. I'll keep you posted. Again, folks, it's going to be a busy week that week, so stay tuned for further details. As far as this week, thank Christ, after what literally starts in less than 8 minutes, I can sleep. Hi, Jeff.
So yeah, no, not on Friday then, Arlene, just because they will be calling No Surrender at the typical prediction time.
Killer Kelly. I hope they get their rematch.
They should.
Yes, they should.
So
I like violence.
welcome, Jeff. You got here just at the end of the shows.
That's what I figured it would be. So unfortunately, I cannot have the girls sing "Happy Birthday" to Noah because we had to settle up and get the hell out of there.
That's okay. We did it for them. Somebody,
Okay, good.
Or
Good.
Arlene gave $25, 13 and 13, for us all to sing "Happy Birthday" to him. So
Beautiful. Well, thank you, Arlene, for that. Yes.
Serenaded by our horrid voices.
Yeah.
Well, and then I thank Arlene for the super chats. I thank the rest of the world for not turning us off when we sang. Appreciate that.
Yeah, exactly.
If you turn us off, we are the Wrestling Observer, and this has been Dave Meltzer. I am Everett. Thank you for tuning in. If you actually stayed and tuned in, this has been Open Night Saturday Night Shenanigans by JJ Williams, the company accomplices.
So
I came in at a good time. It's everybody sitting there.
To Noah's point, the next watch-alongs we'll be having here across the multiverse will be a double feature weekend. Friday, February 23rd, TNA No Surrender with Noah and Attila on the call.
Nola, here we go again.
Nola.
And then Saturday, February 4th, the Elimination Chamber with myself and Noah on the call.
Question on February 24th. Are we going live?
No. We've said that about 100 times. We're doing it at like 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern.
Okay, fair enough. I didn't know because I haven't really been on the discussions on that since I've been kind of on the fringe on doing the productions this week, this year. So
that's fair. That's fair.
Yes, but yeah. To everybody still watching 21, we appreciate that. Everybody tuned in tonight, thank you guys. I appreciate that. Fun night. Did good merch sales. Quiet Riot was good, as they do. It was good to see Rudy back on stage for the first time in 2 decades. God almighty. Fun show. So I appreciate everybody holding down the fort. I know I've been absent a lot, and I do apologize for that. The good news is the kiddies are going on the road for 3 months, so I'll be home.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah, get the heck out of Vegas before the Super Bowl gridlock traps you.
Well, luckily we're only at Yamava out in Highland, California. We're not in Vegas this week. We were for the Royal Rumble day. But yeah, no, we hit that when we were coming up the 210. We found the 215 interchange, and we're like, nope.
Yeah, that's right.
A wise move.
Yep.
Well, no, they showed the overhead shot Thursday during the conference, and it was like, yeah, fuck that. I ain't going near that town this weekend. I'm not going there until like after Friday next week, very earliest. No way.
True that.
Yeah.
JJ, how's the topic session go? Everything go? I didn't have a chance to tune in any of this. I am so sorry. I was unable to get in at all because it was so busy. We were bumping all. It was crazy. So how did everything go today?
It went fine. Like
Cool.
always.
Awesome. Well, I know. I don't worry about it because I know you guys got on lockdown. I miss being part of it. But like I said, Katie's will be on the road, and Saturday should be open as far as I know going forward. I'm not going anywhere from Saturdays for a long while.
There you go.
So good stuff.
There you go.
So really quickly before we sign off, I do want to bring this up that Mikey posted. I think he posted it in the sports bar thing. So
Okay.
it's a little bit more sports related than it is wrestling related, but it is an indirect wrestling tie-in.
Okay.
Apparently a couple days ago, they unveiled the Kobe Bryant statue. That'll be residing in front of the Staples Center.
Mamba.
And Paul Heyman put out a tweet saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul Heyman, and on behalf of Roman Reigns, I applaud the wise choice made by the statue creator who provided Kobe Bryant with the lasting honor of acknowledging our tribal chief."
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Damn it. That was a dumb move. That
Rachel,
was a dumb move, NBA. Now I hate you even more. That's so stupid.
Oh my god.
Paul is the greatest of all time.
Damn it, Paul.
By the way, Noah, the whole gimmick of that basically means they either jacked it from Kobe or Kobe just did it because he was actually number one for the longest time in basketball.
Well, at least he worked to be number one on a constant basis and didn't get handed to him on a silver platter across months at a time.
For the most part, yeah.
This is the LA boy saying not a word about that.
Yeah, we're good. We're gonna stay out of that one.
That was a very repeat pose by Kobe, which is why they went with it. But it's great. It's so Paul Heyman doing, and I applaud it. That's funnier than hell.
Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna argue Paul Heyman. He's a brilliant genius, evil, brilliant genius.
He is.
And I'm looking forward to this road now that we've got a solid path in front of us.
Yes, I agree.
And then the final thing, just very quickly, our thoughts are with Maurice Mizanin.
Yes.
As she announced earlier today that she has been diagnosed with a rare precancer of the ovaries.
Yes.
And is looking to have a hysterectomy, determined to beat her diagnosis.
Yes.
Oh dear.
So
yeah, it's and again, we're almost entirely the wrong group to comment on that as far as what it is. But I know I've had family members go through that process, including my ex-in-law, and it's not a pleasant thing. And she's very young.
Yeah.
To have to deal with that. So it's going to be a process, but I know that she's having interacted with them over the years. I know she's strong like bull, as is Mike. And she's got the girls to fight for. So.
And the test results showed serious borderline tumors, something that is a precancer diagnosis. And if they became cancerous, the survival rate is less than a year.
Yeah.
So very, very lucky that they found it when they did and are taking care of that. So hopefully Maurice Mizanin will be with us for a long time still, as young as she is. So thoughts and prayers with her and Mike and the family.
Absolutely.
As her post said, do not take a single doctor, one diagnosis at face value. Do the research, investigate, get your answers. That's why it took me 20 years to get a proper, this is what's going on with your brain, Jess. Do not take the original thing at face value. If you trust your gut, I have a sizable gut. I didn't trust it for 20 years. And this is where I'm at playing backwards now. Do not always make double, triple, quadruple sure that this is what you're dealing with, whatever it is. Because she could have been faced with something that she's gone in a year if they hadn't gone to multiple specialists.
Jeez.
Great.
I think that is just about it. So, if
Happy
there's
Sunday, everybody.
Yeah, so if there's nothing else, we will go ahead and get out of here. We want to thank everybody that joined us here this evening. We had Stat Boy, of course, dipped out a little bit ago. Maddie Laws for popping in for a little bit.
El hijo de tus pe-
Yeah, you gotta watch
the
this back.
douchebag.
Jeff, you gotta watch that back. I never laughed so hard in my life, dude.
He broke.
I broke. I wheezed. It happened.
JJ
It's
had
good
to
to have James break on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Damn.
Basically, you
All
can
right.
picture somebody running around the headset going, "Cut the commercial! Cut the commercial!"
I was trying to cut the commercial.
Anyway.
God.
When the boss is away, the mice will play. You see how it goes. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, even Emmanuel's thanking El Hijo the douchebag for dropping in.
Yeah, that's his alter ego now. Don't worry about it.
Son of douchebag. Got it. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Well, no, it's actually El Papi did a douchebag. Actually, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Well,
where
he
you put
switched it to Poppy because of Josh with his daddy thing.
Yeah, and then I started geeking because all I kept thinking in my head was Poppy douche.
Because I made the joke. I said,
Okay,
"Well, you
let's
always calling him
not-
daddy. You need to say daddy a douchebag." And then he said, "No, it's Poppy."
Let's
And then
not
he just
go
went
back
off
down
on
that road
guys.
again.
This is where you put your shit graphic up and sign us off.
Anyway, yeah, tie it up. Sorry.
But we wanted to thank them for popping in. Thank you, Josh and Cleaver, for joining us in the chat room, along with everybody else. Arlene, Emmanuel, Daniel, all the regulars that joined us. For the rest of the panel here, and for the founder who managed to find his way in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, baby.
We greatly appreciate it. And until next week's episode of Open Mic
Whoop.
Night.
Ding, ding, ding.
Okay.
Trying. There it is.
Big G with a $5 super chat right at the last button. Happy Super Bowl Sunday. Sorry I couldn't make it tonight. My sleep schedule is effed up. Love you guys. Hopefully I can be on soon in the next weeks.
There you go.
But we hope that you can join us whenever you can, Big G. And there's a
Hell, that's smart.
rumor that we may have a Cleaver joining us next week. So we'll have to have everybody tune in and see if that comes to fruition. But again, for Stat Boy, for Maddie, for Josh, the rest of the team here on the panel, I am the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams. Thanking y'all for tuning into the Saturday Night Shenanigans, that are Open Mic Night, and we will see you guys next week.
The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.